Mitch Thomason. Wildfires raging across the Colorado-Utah border are prompting evacuations, and they turned deadly with 3 firefighters killed, 2 others injured. The blistering heat that's been baking the Southwest is on the move, taking hold of the eastern part of the country later this week.
Temperatures rising ahead of the July 4th holiday will feel hotter because of the high humidity with it. So says the National Weather Service. Officials also say several days of high temperatures will settle in across the lower Great Lakes and the Mid-Atlantic. In addition, high temps will
falling. The death toll from the twin earthquakes in Venezuela has risen to more than 1,400 as recovery crews continue their work. The BBC's Will Grant is there.
There are so many thousands of families in Castilla la Mar now homeless that they've set up a temporary camp in the local baseball stadium. The only thing to protect them from the elements are donated nylon tents or makeshift shelters they've put together with blankets and sheets. The youngest resident of this tent city is Aidan, a 1-month-old baby. The size of the rebuild in Castilla la Mar is so vast that in all probability, Aidan will be a toddler before he's back living in permanent accommodation once again.
SRN News and our parent company, Salem Media, partnering with Christian nonprofit Food for the Poor to rush emergency aid to victims of the tragedy. Listeners wanting to help can find an online banner, top of our website, srnnews.com. Following the latest exchange of fire between the U.S. and Iran, there are reports that talks between the two sides may resume as soon as tomorrow. On Wall Street this morning, the Dow futures 185 points higher, NASDAQ futures up 279. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
The record-breaking European heat wave has overwhelmed mortuaries in Paris, leaving funeral directors struggling to find space for bodies. One mortuary owner says he received hundreds of calls daily, but there's no room left. France is counting the human cost of the heat wave, which began in the middle of the month. Public Health France reports a surge in deaths, especially among older people. Last week, deaths exceeded 1,200 on Wednesday, rising to more than 1,400 on Thursday and Friday. The agency expects these numbers to rise as more death certificates are processed. Skydiving plane crash in northeastern France over the weekend, killing all 11 people on board the plane. Authorities say the aircraft suffered a malfunction, fell almost vertically after taking off on Saturday. The dead include 5 parachuting instructors, 5 novice jumpers, as well as the pilot. Some of the victims' families were there to witness the aircraft falling from the sky. News and analysis, townhall.com. Greece placing a bounty on the head of an aquatic invader.
It's called the silver-cheeked toadfish, and it's found in the Mediterranean. The fish, whose organs contain a deadly neurotoxin, damaging fishing nets recently and reducing catches around numerous islands. Authorities are paying people roughly $8 per pound to remove the species, which will then be incinerated. Officials stress there's no immediate threat to swimmers. However, the Greek Red Cross has issued guidelines on the risk of consuming the poisonous fish. Jason Walker reporting.
China is imposing new export controls on 40 Japanese companies it says are contributing to the country's remilitarization. Tension between Beijing and Tokyo continues to rise. 20 Japanese firms placed on a strict export restriction list. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble getting to sleep and staying asleep is infuriating. Your mind races, you toss and turn. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created REM sleep to help you quickly fall asleep, stay asleep, and sleep deep. Unlike other supplements that don't work, REM sleep is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients supporting all 4 stages of sleep. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging calcium alpha-ketoglutarate, which has been clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Happy Monday morning, listening fam. I don't know if you can hear this or not, but the Dumb and Dumber most annoying sound of the world is going off incessantly in the background. Something in the studio is making crazy noise here. But in any event, you're listening to the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in the capital of the South, Richmond, Virginia. Going to be humid across the network today. High of 85, a low of 65 tonight. Right now, the temperature is 70 degrees. The Squirrels were winners of 2 over the weekend at Carmax Park versus Akron. The local AA team is off today. Moving on to the nation's capital. Looking at a high in Washington of 88 degrees, a low of 69 tonight. Right now, the temperature also 70 degrees. The Nats won the Beltway-ish series against the O's over the weekend. Washington next travels to Boston for a series against the Bo Sox. 7:10 first pitch tonight. In Atlanta, you're looking at a high of 95 today. Possible storms, low tonight of 76. Going to be humid. Shocker. Right now, the temperature is already 74 degrees in Georgia. The Braves win the first game against the Giants over the weekend, but lose the series by virtue of the next two games. Nashville, you're looking at a network high of 98 degrees today. A low tonight of 75. Now the temperature is already 76 degrees in Middle Tennessee. Philadelphia, well, got to be happy. The Phils won their series against the Mets this weekend, but New York says that they shouldn't keep score and they should just split the series 1.5 games apiece. It's the socialist way, Larry. It's the socialist way. Anyway, you're looking at a high today in the city of brotherly love of 89 degrees, a low of 67. Right now, the temperature is 68. Morgantown, you're looking at a high today of 89, a low of 69. Gonna be, shocker, humid. Right now, the temperature in By God, West Virginia, already 72 degrees. And last but certainly not least, the 4-1-2 Pittsburgh. The Mega Maids lose a series against the Reds as the bullpen takes another weekend off. Well, this is good news for the Bucks. They're going to Philadelphia next for a series. Great. 6:40 first pitch tonight. A high in the 4-1-2 of 88 degrees today, a low tonight of 73, and you guessed it, humid. Right now, the temperature is 69 degrees. Well, JF should be in a great mood today. The Astros were winners in their series against Detroit over the weekend. The CFL even says no to Brendan Sorsby. And speaking of saying no, the Bills won't honor O.J. Simpson at their new stadium opening up this fall. I don't got a joke there, Larry. I just say it. It's just, they're not honoring him. Okay, well, bringing you today's Weather and Sports Update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports picks, you know where to go, GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. This has been your Gorilla of Truth, your deplorable of the Orgles, Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the one and only John Fredericks on the John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
Headline, CNN. TPS ruling may bring serious economic consequences. Last week, the U.S. Supreme Court ruled that temporary protection status, TPS, can be revoked by the president. A little over 1 million people are covered by TPS from 17 countries, but there is particular interest in those here from Haiti. Earthquakes and political violence creating existential threats to Haitians resulted in previous presidents allowing mass refugee asylum here. Remember the scare a couple of years ago?
CBS News confirmed team has looked into claims by Senator J.D. Vance and Trump running mate that Haitian immigrants in Ohio are eating pets.
We've heard from a number of constituents on the ground, Caitlin, who both firsthand and secondhand reports saying this stuff is happening.
Headline, Daily Caller. GOP rep demands open-ended deportation shield for 350,000 Haitians. New York Congressman Mike Lawler now wants Haitians to be allowed to stay because he says over a third of them are key to his state's healthcare industry and that it's inhumane to send them back due to, quote, humanitarian and political disaster there. Headline, Outside the Box with the Ox. Supreme Court allows Trump to save the Haitian people trapped in their home country plagued by natural disaster, violence, sickness, and poverty by sending them back, their 120,000 professional healthcare workers unfairly held in asylum here by the Obama and Biden administrations. Thanks to Ox listener Rocco for inspiration on today's Outside the Box with the Ox, heard in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineer sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next-level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who loves the smell of napalm in the morning, John Fredericks.
We'll have more on that this hour, but let's begin with the bombshell ruling from the U.S. Supreme Court this week, which gives the Trump administration the authority to end TPS, or temporary protected status, for immigrants living here who fled armed conflict in their home countries and are here legally, or at least they were. The ruling has sent more than 350,000 immigrants from Haiti and Syria into something of a state of panic as they prepare for possible deportations back to Haiti and Syria, amid questions about how and when the Department of Homeland Security will act. Joining us now is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security, Markwayne Mullin, who joins us from his home in Oklahoma. Thanks so much for joining us, Mr. Secretary. So more than 350,000 people from Haiti and Syria who have lived and worked legally in this country under TPS. Will you be deporting all of them? Will they be all deported back to their home countries, Haiti and Syria? And when will these deportations start? Will it be immediately?
Well, Jake, first of all, temporary protective status was never intended to be permanent. And there's a lot of people that came over here 15, 20 years ago underneath TPS that's already changed their status. The whole time these individuals have been here underneath the temporary protective status, they could have applied for a visa. They could have applied for a LPR. They could have applied for different directions, but the status itself can be ended in its name itself by saying temporary. So these individuals have a couple of choices. They can try to apply for a permanent residence here. They can apply for a temporary visa if they choose to, or they can choose to go back. And if they want to go back, we'll help them with that. If I'm talking directly to the individuals with the temporary protective status, either try to fill out the paperwork and be here underneath a permanent status, or we'll help you get back to your country. We'll actually give you a plane ticket plus roughly $2,100 to help you reestablish when you get there. But temporary protective status, according to the courts and in its name itself, is not permanent status.
So if the 350,000 temporary protective status holders right now start applying for permanent status, start applying for visas, will they not be deported? Is that a way for them to stay in the U.S. legally?
Well, it depends on if they qualify or not. Underneath some visas, when you overstay your visa, when you have to go back to the country you came from. Underneath TPS, while it is still in order, you're able to apply for different status. Now, that doesn't mean that it's going to be accepted. There's a lot of things that take into consideration. First of all, have you been here and been charged with a felony, or do you have a criminal background? Do you have pending charges against you? Those won't be accepted. If you've been here and you've been living off the taxpayer dollars, meaning that you're part of social programs, those won't be accepted either. If you've been here and you've had a full-time paying job, underneath some circumstances, those would apply, but you have to go through the regular steps that every other immigrant that wants to come to the country legally has to go through. So I can't say that everybody's going to be accepted, but you are eligible to apply. Nothing prevents you from applying, filling out the application, but nothing's prevented them since they've been here underneath TPS either.
So obviously you're correct that the T in TPS stands for temporary. The Trump administration's argument
that's right.
Is that this was only supposed to last 18 months. My understanding of how the process works is the Secretary of the Department of Homeland Security has the discretion to extend it if the U.S. State Department says that the countries that these people are from are still considered unsafe, which is why they were afforded TPS status to begin with. is it the position of the Trump administration that Haiti is a safe country to send these people to?
Well, we take a lot of things in consideration. Secretary Rubio, the president, and I have had multiple conversations about this. Obviously, the qualification isn't quite just that simple. And keep in mind, a lot of these individuals haven't been here 18 months. They've been here 18 years. Some of them have been here 20 years, 30 years. They've had plenty of time to reestablish their status inside the United States. They just chose not to. Then there's some that has been here underneath the Biden administration that took advantage of an open border. And those individuals didn't really come over here because they needed a protective status. They came over here because they were taking advantage of a weak leadership. So what we want, and the president has made this very clear, those that are coming to this country legally, they need to be able to contribute to the United States, not be a burden on the taxpayers. And so we are continuing looking at our temporary protective status. Those individuals that do need assistance because of the country they're in, we're always looking at them. There isn't a more generous country in the world than the United States, but we don't want people to take advantage of it.
Right, but do you maintain that it is safe in Haiti to send these people back?
Well, I think, like I said, Jake, this is a decision that's being made from the State Department, from myself and the president, and there's a lot of things that we look at when we take this in consideration. It's not just one factor that plays into this.
The reason I ask is because I heard Stephen Miller, who's driving a lot of this, say that Haiti is safe for Haitians. And I just looked at the State Department's website, and they have a level 4 do not travel advisory for Haiti just from a few months ago, from April, and it says, quote, violent crime is rampant. The expansion of gang, organized crime, and terrorist activity has led to widespread violence. Crimes involving firearms are common. Crimes include robbery, carjacking, sexual assault, and kidnappings for ransom. That doesn't sound safe to me.
Well, that do not travel is not for Haitians. That's do not travel for the United States, because they are kidnapping or trying to kidnap individuals from the United States because they feel like their family has the money to pay the ransom. We have do not travel in places in Mexico, or advisory warnings. In fact, if you go through our website in the State Department, you'll see there's advisories to a lot of places that are vacation destinations that we have advisories on because of the real risk to Americans. That doesn't mean it's a risk to the individuals that live there. So that advisory is to American citizens traveling to Haiti, not Haitians going back home.
I understand that, but based on everything I've read, including the UN and Human Rights Watch, it doesn't sound safe for Haitians. More than 8,100 killings documented last year. Those weren't Americans. Haiti is among the top 5 countries with the highest rates of rape and sexual abuse, with more than 1,200 cases of sexual violence last year. That's not Americans. 1.4 million people have been displaced. Those aren't Americans.
Is there a question in that?
Well, I'm just
Jake,
saying,
I'm sorry.
Let me ask you. You said you're going to give them a plane ticket if they want to get out and go back to Haiti. How logistically would it happen? Because the FAA prohibits commercial flights to Port-au-Prince because of the gunfire from terrorists and gangs. Civil aviation, by the way, is also prohibited in Syria.
So we have several options for deporting individuals because we have deportation.
Well, folks, that was obviously an exchange between Jake Tapper and Secretary Markwayne Mullin about the TPS ruling from SCOTUS this past week. This is not John Fredericks. This is Dan filling in, at least for the moment. I'm not quite sure where John is. I've texted him to see where he is, but we'll just have to wait to find out. Once again, if you didn't hear my weather and sports update earlier, I hope that you're not hearing the most annoying sound in the world from Dumb and Dumber. We have a studio guest here. Larry, our announcer, is actually in to visit me this morning. Larry's saying he can't hear it on the air, so that's good news, I guess, because it is going off quite loudly in the studio. Wouldn't you say there, Larry? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is. The fact that we can't hear it over the air is really something. I mean, I've contacted at least my supervisor and my fill-in producer, Michael Coleman, about to say, hey, Coleman, the noise is back. But Coleman lives about 45-minute drive away from the studio, so I don't know that he's going to be readily able to help us this morning. But in the meantime, That's quite the reimbursement there for Ann to make for Ann Fredericks to make for Coleman. But poor guy, he's had to come in a few times where just basically to push a button. And I feel so bad, but I do think his grandmother or something like that lives only about a mile and a half away from the studio. So I think when he comes here for such a purpose, he basically just goes to his grandmother's house or something like that and stays. No kidding. Hey, I think we actually have John here. I don't know if he's ready to go. He may still be in Colonial Downs for this matter. Let me see if I can bring him on.
Yeah,
John, are you with us?
Yeah, Dan, this is John. I went in my studio today, and somebody had locked all of the inside doors.
Oh, no.
That happened on Sunday, and I don't know what that noise is, but call me. We'll go to a break. I'll call John McCune and get him over there. I don't know exactly what that is.
Okay, so you can hear the noise.
I can hear the noise.
Okay.
Loud and clear.
Yeah.
So, I mean, it might depend on what app you're on or whatever, but that has to go. I know that happened before. So I go in my studio yesterday. There's a number of electronic doors. The second door is always open. That's never locked. It was only locked one time, and we got that fixed. So either the maids or somebody locked it. Well, nobody's got a key to that second inside door, electronic key. So maintenance couldn't open it, engineering couldn't open it, and I thought maybe they would, open it overnight. They didn't do that, so I had to go to another location, bring all the. Luckily, I had the cameras and equipment from Colonial Downs, so I was able to set everything up here in an alternate location. So that's why I'm a little bit behind. And sorry, I didn't text earlier. I was scrambling to get all this done. Dan, let's go to a break. I'll call John McCune, and we'll be right back. The issue today of the day is obviously getting rid of temporary status for the Haitians. I take a hard line. I'm with Mullen, Senator Mullen, Mark Wayne Mullen, 100%. 100%. They're here. It expired. They had time to apply. They wouldn't do it. You need to get them out. I don't care where they go. I mean, you can take refugees in from the globe, but this is what the Democrats want because they're Democrat voters. This is what they want. They want to collapse the country. Madami wants to collapse the country. The socialists and communists want to collapse the country, and you collapse it by cohort pivot. You basically you tax the system. Tax meaning you have so much money going out, so many people on welfare, everybody goes broke. The country collapses financially. You can't get money out of the bank. Everything is shut down. It's a disaster. And then the communists take over and they rule because they'll be handing out what limited resources we have. They'll be allocating the resources. I mean, this plan has been in place since Karl Marx. It never changes. And now we're at it again, doing it again. And the Supreme Court rules. Now, Madami says he's not going to adhere to that in New York City. Well, then they need to put him in jail. They need to handcuff him and lock him up. We got to stop playing around here. The communists are trying to take this country over, and we're sitting around with John Thune not letting Scott Pressler into a meeting and the ticket he paid for. This sound familiar? All Pressler's done is gone out there and try to get votes and help Republicans. But no good deed with the rhinos go unpunished. No good deed goes unpunished. Same thing happened with me, right? Try to do good, get thrown out of the party. I have to earn my way back in by winning this Ward 2 election in a landslide, and now they can shove it up their butt. I am sick of these people. I hope you are also. I mean, why are you not letting Scott Pressler, who bought a ticket, into your GOP meeting, John Thune? What has the guy done but try to help us? Nothing. See, it doesn't matter to these people. They want to shrink the party, keep it small, control it all, have their offices, and they do absolutely nothing. And that's what the whole rub is. Meantime, the state fair started. Couldn't go yesterday because of the rain, but Ann and I are going to get over there all week. It's going to be the most fun. Of course, the fake news is reporting there's no big crowds. Well, it was raining. The hell's going to walk around in the rain? I mean, the Trump derangement syndrome is beyond the pale. You saw my column the other day. these people that destroyed that reflecting pool, we got them, and there's video, and they're going to jail for 10 years. You know what? Throw the key away. There's a law. You broke it. I hope the 10 years you're spending in jail, I hope every day you remember what a great thing you did by tearing up the lining of a reflector pool. I hope that was worth 10 years of your life. You moron. John Fredericks Media Network, live in Washington, D.C., makeshift studio, had to bring everything in, lock this out by mistake, I guess. I don't know what the deal is there, but we'll figure it out a little bit later on. Meantime, we're here. We're back. Good to have you with us.
1775 Coffee is giving away free starter kits. Try the dark or medium roast coffee with longevity blend, an infused blend with anti-aging supplements clinically proven to reduce biological age. When you purchase the first 2 bags, you'll receive a free 1775 starter kit, including a third 16-ounce bag of coffee, a matte black tumbler, a frother, a gold scoop, or a reusable K-cup filter. Just order now at 1775coffee.com/Godzilla and claim your free 1775 starter kit while supplies last.
Ponder this. We sometimes hear newly married couples discuss their future life as a family. Often this leads to discussions on the number of children they are planning to have. Typically, the number of children ranges from none to 2 or 3. Family life can be planned thanks to birth control and abortion. But the reality is that God has a birth control plan already established for those who love Him and trust in Him. We are called to live a life of chastity according to our state in life. If you are called to a married life, being open to life according to God's plan is a great gift and probably the greatest challenge in today's modern world. It starts by selecting a spouse who puts God and family first. Then, trust in God's birth control plan where parents are open to life and provide a sanctuary of faith for their family. Allow God, the author of life, to plan your family. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe.
Ponder this. All of God's children, you and I, have been created in God's own image.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs. And I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Soul Tea. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Soul Tea for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Soul Tea. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's gonna ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time. And you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the wellness company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cells Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
You're on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables. Great to have you with us in a makeshift studio today. Apparently the cleaning crew locked us out of the suite where my studio office is in, couldn't get in this morning at 5 a.m. So luckily I had all my equipment right here, not in the studio from Colonial Downs. It was still in the car. So I was able to go get that and get all set up here in a makeshift studio in one of the conference rooms where I live that happened to be open. So all good. Great to have you with us. Call lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. All this talk about the Supreme Court ruling on temporary status. Okay, there's a word there. It's called temporary. Temporary status. That means you're here temporarily while you seek asylum and you go through the system. We got 320,000 people in this country that never bothered to do that. They just got in, open borders, whatever. They scammed the system. Now they're in. They never went through the process. You have to follow the law. I'm in Washington, D.C. If you don't pay your parking ticket, if you get a speeding ticket via camera and you don't pay it, they will scan your plate and they go around every night. And if they find your car, they will lock it down and tow it. You have to play by the rules. It is as simple as that. And so they refuse to do it. And so now these are the consequences. There's consequences to your actions. And look, as far as Syria and Haiti are concerned, they need to go back to the countries they came from. They all need to go back. Anybody that's here illegally needs to get deported. And why are the Democrats going crazy? Well, they're going crazy over it because that's their voters. They cannot win with the voters that are here in America. They cannot maintain power. They cannot win the midterms. They can't win without cheating and new voters. That's all they have. And though that is what we're fighting every single day, and the Democrats don't care what happens to the country. They want it to collapse. They want war. They want Iran to win. They want gas at $5. They want people suffering. They want to allocate resources themselves. They want to decide who gets what and when they get it and how they get it. And they're at the top of the pile and they're making all the decisions on your life. This is what we're faced with going into these midterms. And this communist threat is real. Now, as far as MAGA is concerned, I'm focused on MAGA 2.0, as I've told you over and over. Very focused on what happens post-Trump. Now, we've got idiots out there like Tucker Carlson, who says the MAGA movement is dead. Why does he say it's dead? Because he's not in it. That's why, because he's abandoned it in order to get clicks and make money. So the guy sold his soul, which is his business. I don't really care. Same thing happened to Daniel at Webster. You want to sell your soul? Sell it. Not my business. But get out of my face, Tucker Carlson. You're not in this movement. You abandon us for clicks in order to make money, which is your prerogative. But don't be lecturing me because I know what you did. Cut one, let's hear from Tucker Carlson telling you MAGA is dead. Roll it.
I wonder, Tucker, where this leaves the future of the MAGA movement. I mean,
the future of the MAGA. Well, that's over. There's no future of the MAGA movement. Obviously, we're done.
This war caused the end.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, what is the MAGA movement? Trump has defined it as whatever he wants. Well, that's not a movement. That's a tick. That's a preference. It's like, what do I feel like having for breakfast this morning? Well, today it's, the pancake movement. It'll be Eggs Benedict movement tomorrow. Like, it's not a movement. It's just like it's a desire.
But you believed in it.
Well, I never understood what it was. No, I never believed in MAGA. I believe in making America great again. I certainly believe in its literal definition, but its operational definition was never clear. What I believe in is putting your country first. If you're leading your country, of course, its concerns are at the top of your list of concerns, in the same way that your children's concerns are more important, your children's needs are more important to you as a parent than your neighbor's kids' needs and concerns. You're the parent. That's nature. Again, that's just natural. There's nothing crazy or fascistic about that. In fact, any other form of government is crazy and fascistic. Every other form of government is tyranny. That's the only legitimate form of government where the leaders put, not to the exclusion of everyone else's concerns, like you don't have to hate your neighbor's kids to love your own.
There you have it. Laughing at a movement, laughing at the greatest movement in the history of the Republic is the MAGA movement. Make America Great Again. The greatest movement ever. Now, we have our detractors, we have the communists, we have those that want to destroy the country. But for him to sit there and laugh at a movement that we created, which has pillars, right? Protect the American worker, tariffs, get our jobs back, get our manufacturing back, drill, baby, drill, get our oil back, make America great. That's the MAGA movement. It is the same as America First. And other than stopping the Iranians from getting a nuclear bomb, which is not America First, which is America Last, other than doing that, what exactly has this president done that is not consistent with the MAGA movement? Answer, nothing. And I don't even think that's inconsistent. I mean, you can sit there and say no wars. He hasn't gotten us in any. But the same token, if they come to you, if your intelligence comes to you and says, hey, this country, which is crazy, is 3-6 months from getting a nuclear weapon, they have the ability to deploy it across the Middle East and hold everybody hostage, hold the world economy hostage. We have to act. He acts. Everybody else sat on their thumbs. And now he's acting on the Save America Act, which, John Thune does nothing to pass. Parliamentarian, nothing. Talking filibuster, nothing. All he does is tell me what he can't do. He doesn't have the votes. Get rid of him. Let's get somebody else to get the votes. Get him out now. But we won't do it because the Democrats are played to win. They take a bazooka to a gunfight. We take a slingshot. We're not serious fighters. We don't want to win. They don't. This is what I've been saying the whole time. They don't want to win. I'm in Washington, D.C. My chairman doesn't want to win. They don't want to win. They want to stay under the radar screen, put their badge on, go to the White House, go to meetings, fly around to whatever their winter, summer meetings are, right? Go to the convention. That's all they want. They don't want to win. They don't want to fight. What are we fighting here? I got a communist mayor coming in Washington, D.C. The only two people fighting them here are me and President Trump. That's it. Nobody else is fighting them, including my party, which is a joke as far as I'm concerned. It's a clown car. You got to fight. Otherwise, they're going to eat your lunch. All right, phone lines open, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. I've been telling you about this clickbait now forever. I've been telling you about it over and over and over, and now finally I'm breaking through. Finally, you're starting to understand the differences between the narratives in this country and those that are legit and those that are a slave to the click, which now Tucker Carlson has become. Laughing on camera at our movement, the greatest movement in the history of the Republic. Unbelievable. But that's what you're up against on our side, allegedly. Let's get to the phone lines. Robin in Virginia, line 1. Robin, you're live.
Hey, good morning, John. Hey, have you been watching this relay across America, these young kids that are running with the flag from San Francisco to D.C.?
Yeah, it's beautiful.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. But I have a thing about the birthright thing. I'm American. My husband's American. We had a daughter in Japan. She's American. We had to file her birth certificate with the U.S. Embassy. So if a cow, your neighbor's cow goes into your barn and they have a baby, is that your cow? No, it's the cow's cow. They need to cut and dry this birthright thing.
I don't know.
If your mother's Mexican,
Robin,
and your father's Mexican.
I agree with you 100%. This birthright, and here's what the Chinese are doing. They ship pregnant women over by the hundreds. They birth their child in America. They become American citizens. As soon as they can travel, they put them on an airplane and go back to China. So now they've got, at the end of a period of time, they're going to have 100,000 Chinese citizens voting in the United States that don't live here, getting mail-in ballots. There's no country that does this. It's insane. Whether or not the Supreme Court is going to go with it, I don't know. When they had the hearing, the line of questioning didn't go our way. However, the last couple of decisions that the Supreme Court has made has gone our way, so maybe there's a shift.
Praying hard on it. I hope it does go our way. That and mail-in ballots. Gotta go, both of them.
I think.
But, John, I mailed you a package, and you should have it this week.
What is it?
It's an Afghan that I made, a red, white, and blue Afghan.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I mailed it to your D.C. address, so you should have it. I think Wednesday you should have it.
Thank you so much. I'll display
You're
it on
welcome.
there.
I appreciate you. You take care of yourself.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you so much.
All right, God bless you. Bye-bye.
Appreciate you also. Okay, so where are we going with this, right? So everybody's going crazy over the fact that the Supreme Court has revoked temporary status for Haitians and Syrians because it's not temporary. They're trying to make it permanent, so they got to go back. And everybody's going crazy over it. And the Democrats are going ballistic because these are their voters. They'll commit fraud. Fraud is part of their industry. These are their voters. They can't win U.S. voters. They know they can't win, so they got to cheat with mail-in ballots, and then they have to get new voters. Simple. I mean, Obama said it. We need new voters. We need a different country. We need to get new voters in because we can't win the voters we got. So in order to win, you need new voters in order to go to a communist crap hole. Here's Mandami. Another guy was right on from the beginning, right? Saying that, well, look, New Yorkers have experienced socialism for 6 months and they like it. So they decided to vote for socialists on the national stage. If you don't think this is real, you got to wake up and smell the coffee, folks, because this thing is not going away. President Trump blasting Janice Louis George yesterday almost made me think I should have actually run for mayor. I just don't have the time, but I should have. Because at least getting 10% here I'd have been an alternative. There's no alternative. We don't even have a Republican on the ballot. There's no alternative. This is how bad this is here. And anyway, he blasted her. I'm happy he blasted her, and I'm happy she's going to win. And I'm happy that the communists are going to take over the council because that'll be the end of home rule. Home rule's going, folks. It is not going to be here. It is going, and I'm telling you what it's going to go in the lame duck session. He's not even going to let her take the reins. In December, it's gone. Good riddance to all of you communists here. But here's Mandami saying, hey, we got a movement, baby. Lace them up and lace them tight. Comrade Mandami, cut 2, take a listen.
Republicans are going to make you the poster child for the Democratic Party.
Let them. We don't have to ask ourselves what life looks like if a socialist wins. I won last November, And over the course of these last 6 months, what we've delivered for working people are the very things we were told were impossible. We've delivered free childcare for 2-year-olds for the first time in New York City history. We've delivered tens of millions of dollars back to tenants who were taken advantage of by bad landlords. We've delivered 165,000 potholes being paved. And we've done all of these things while also delivering the lowest recorded crime in our city's history. That's what it looks like to have democratic socialism. And what you're seeing is that New Yorkers experienced this for 6 months and made the decision that they wanted to see more of it on the national stage as well.
Until they run out of money, and then the riots start, and then the fires and the looting and the bombings and the Molotov cocktails, until they run out of money, which is coming. You can give away other people's money for so long, and then it runs out because you're producing nothing. New York City is producing nothing. All they're doing is losing tax base on a daily basis. And eventually, Hochul runs out of money too. And then they got to go to the federal government, and they're going to get a dime from Trump or the Republican Congress. So what are they going to do? It's fine for 6 months. You can give all this stuff away free until it collapses, which is coming. The collapse of New York City is coming. It is a matter of months before they run out of money and they can't get any more. And then the riots start. Because if you give something to somebody and then you don't have it, they will riot and they will burn you down to the ground to get it back, like COVID money, which is the root of this whole thing. That's all of it. All right, let's get to line one. John in New Jersey. John, you're live.
Hey, John. I just have a quick question for you. So we have so many tools at our disposal. With Mandami, you know, I get the political end, but, I mean, the guy obviously lied on his citizenship forms. He's bringing a radical, not even a socialist, this is a communist ideology. We have rules that were put in place back in the 50s and 60s that give us unlimited power. I mean, that we used against the Russians and people within our country to root this out. Why do you think Trump is so tolerant of this? I'm just curious in your explanation, because for the life of me, I don't understand. Like you just mentioned before, he's defying a Supreme Court order. Why aren't they just like showing muscle and just slapping cuffs on this guy? He's obviously violating the Constitution. He lied on his form. I mean, you could find anything. I mean, put him on trial and let him defend himself. Why won't they go there? Can you explain that to me? And I'm not criticizing Trump. I just want to know what you think the strategy is there.
He won in a landslide in New York. He's very popular. They have to gauge his popularity and his vote base with the legality of the situation. So President Trump is very hesitant to act against an elected official in the city that he grew up in. So that's the cusp of it. You see a different attitude in Washington, D.C., where he lives now, with Janice Lewis George. He came on and blasted her yesterday and said, I'm going to meet with her. And if you think you're going to take this city back to the squalor and filth and crime that it was before I changed it, you got another thing coming. So he's going to take a very hard line with her. He's given Mandami a pass. He had him to the White House several times. One was public, two were private. They text each other. I mean, he's trying to figure this out. But the bottom line is we have a Supreme Court decision. Mandami said openly, I'm going to defy it. Once you let that happen, you have no country. Simple. You don't have a rule of law. You have rogue politicians doing whatever they want. Could you imagine if a Republican said, I'm not going to follow the Supreme Court order where the entire left-wing fake news media would have a 24/7 perpetual meltdown? But this guy does it and they cheer him on. He needs to get arrested. The first time that he openly defies a Supreme Court order, when we go in there to deport somebody and he stands in the way, you need to lock him up and put him on trial. Otherwise, there's no country. Once the rule of law is discretionary and you feel like enforcing the laws you like and you don't like, you have chaos. And that's what's coming. This New York thing, just wait. And if you're there, get out. Because this whole thing is going to collapse around them. You can't go forward this way. Otherwise, he has to secede and start his own country. Just secede. I don't know what this guy thinks he's going to do, but you're right. We're letting him get away with stuff. Not the same attitude in D.C. But, John, that is a good question. Let's stick with New York. Rob in New York, line 2. Rob, you're live.
Good morning, John.
Hi, Rob.
And, I just sorry about your studio issues this morning. But I did want to say, you know, continuing with New York, okay, just to show you how insane this is, and I know this is a national show, so everyone else listening, please forgive me, but we're expected a heat wave in the Northeast, and the media, and especially my crazy governor who's afraid of Mandami, she's out there freaking people out over the heat. I'm sorry, I'm going to be 51 years old. We've had plenty of hot summers in this part of the country. Matter of fact, I can tell you many times it's been hotter in the New York City metro area in the summer at times than it's been in South Florida. It happens. The same thing happens in Chicago. I remember back to the Clinton days, there was a massive heat wave and a whole bunch of people died, elderly shut-ins. Okay? It's unfortunate. It happens. It's weather. It's out of our control. But that's what that nutcase is doing. And I'll add another thing, getting back to the national stuff. You're 100% right on this clickbait, and again on John Thune. I don't know what we could do about Thune. I don't think there's enough people in the GOP with courage. In what I call the Senate is the most expensive nursing home in America. I just don't think there's a move to replace him as leader. And it's unfortunate. The country should wake up to see what he did to Scott Pressler. Okay, not personally, but they had the sergeant at arms of the South Dakota GOP. I mean, they shut the guy out. That guy has done so much for the party. You don't do that to him. You may not like him. Okay? You don't have to be friendly with him, but you don't do that. That's like the crap the left does. Makes me so angry. Makes me so angry.
All that Scott Pressler's done, all that he's done, all that other people have done. You do all this stuff at the grassroots level, and what does the establishment do? They kick you out because you show them up, because they don't do anything. John Thune doesn't do anything. John Thune is a feckless weasel, no-count leader that can't do anything. And he doesn't want to do anything. We don't have judges appointed. We can't get rid of the recess. We can't go in the recess. He doesn't do anything. And he hides behind parliamentarians and cloture rules, everything else, so that they don't have to put these things up for a vote. And so they kick out Scott Pressler, who had a legitimate ticket. Right? This is what they do. You never get this on the communist side. You look at the Democrats over the weekend, they kept asking me about, well, what about this communist wave? What about these crazy candidates? Hey, we have a big tent. We love them all. They're great people. You know, we all have an opinion. We have a voice. It's all good. We love them. Yay, come on in. It's great that you're beating our incumbents. Yeah, communism. Yeah, go, hammer and a sickle. That's what the Democrats do. Hey, if they can win and give me power, fine. I'll impeach Trump. It's all worth it. No problem. We, on the other hand, can't let Scott Pressler in a South Dakota GOP meeting after all the guy's done. Shameful. But look, he's up in 28. Talk is cheap. We can blab away, or we can go to South Carolina, get a candidate to beat him, fund the candidate, and get him out of there. All these people understand, Rob, is a primary. All they understand is kicking them out of office. That's all they understand. So let's send them a message and get them out. John Fredericks Media Network, Truck the Truth across America, live in Washington, D.C., greatest, safest city in America, State Fair. Come and join us.
Search and rescue efforts continue 4 days after 2 powerful earthquakes shook northern Venezuela. But Venezuelans are criticizing their government, saying the response to the quakes was inadequate. Citizens also say civilian-led search and rescue efforts have hindered emergency response efforts. Meanwhile, rescuers continue to free survivors from mountains of debris.
Correspondent Andrew Stewart says the death toll has risen to more than 1,400. Thousands are still unaccounted for. Anguished families desperately holding out hope that their missing loved ones will be found alive. SRN News and our parent company, Salem Media, partnering with Christian nonprofit Food for the Poor to rush emergency aid to victims of the tragedy. Listeners wanting to help can find an online banner top of our website, srnnews.com. Massive wildfire burning amid tinder-dry conditions along the Utah-Colorado border claimed the lives of 3 firefighters, a couple of others injured. Kentucky is under a state of emergency declared by Governor Andy Beshear amid deadly flooding that has swamped parts of the state. From the plains to New England, excessive heat warnings are posted. Temperatures expected to soar into dangerous territory this week. Following the latest exchange of fire between Iran and the U.S.
Several media outlets quoting this Trump administration official, who's unnamed, saying that the U.S. and Iran have agreed to stand down now after several days of attacks against each other. The
BBC's Yolande Nell in Jerusalem says there are reports that the two sides may be on the verge of resuming peace talks, perhaps as early as tomorrow. And watching Wall Street this morning, Dow futures 202 points higher. The Nasdaq futures are up 359. S&P futures better by 60 points. More on these stories, townhall.com.
With things moving fast to resolve the situation in the Middle East, the headlines may change, but the fundamentals haven't. America's debt continues to climb, and uncertainty still hangs over the global economy. That's why investors continue turning to one asset that has stood the test of time: physical gold and silver. For generations, gold has been viewed as a safe haven asset during periods of geopolitical tension and market volatility. That's why Advantage Gold wants to send you a free gold investment guide valued at $49, plus a free copy of economist Ken Rogoff's acclaimed book, Our Dollar, Your Problem, when you call 800-900-8000. Discover why central banks are buying gold, why many Americans are diversifying with precious metals, and how a tax and penalty-free rollover into physical gold and silver may fit into your retirement strategy. Don't wait until the next crisis dominates the headlines. Call Advantage Gold at 800-900-8000 right now. Consult your financial advisor before investing. Call 800-900-8000.
Andy Burnham, likely to be Britain's next Prime Minister, is announcing plans to give more power to local governments, part of an effort to spread wealth and economic growth in the UK. In a speech today, he's outlining his 10-year vision for good growth in every postcode. His plan includes moving part of his prime ministerial operation to Manchester, giving regional mayors more control over housing, welfare, and education. Burnham, a favorite to replace Prime Minister Keir Starmer, aims to replicate his successful approach as Greater Manchester mayor. He faces challenges like a sluggish economy and public service issues. In the race between the U.S. and China to develop artificial intelligence, the battle over hardware and computing power is heating up as Chinese companies like Huawei overtake global industry leaders like NVIDIA in their home market. NVIDIA Jensen Huang is a celebrity in China, but that's no guarantee of success in that country. Townhall.com. A trial balloon just recently sent aloft by California Governor Gavin Newsom is already drawing fire.
The Democratic governor says it's time for a national billionaire tax to address inequality and fund public priorities. But conservatives are blasting the idea as economic overreach, warning it would punish success, drive investment overseas, and face serious constitutional hurdles. Republican critics say taxing accumulated wealth, not income, could hurt job creation and trigger legal challenges. The proposal has no immediate path in Congress, but it's already sharpening the debate heading into the election cycle. Ron Taylor reporting.
In South Carolina, Alex Murdaugh's retrial on murder charges and the killings of his wife and son begins today with a pretrial hearing. It aims to set the deadlines for evidence exchange and schedule future proceedings. The South Carolina Supreme Court overturned his convictions and his life sentence. More on these stories at townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Tired of fumbling for your phone, wallet, or keys? Don't put it in your pants, put it in your pocket. Meet T-Pocket, the practical tees, the shirt that keeps it all in reach. Designed in the USA, assembled in the South, these tees feature smart built-in pockets for easy access. Long sleeve, short sleeve, available in most colors, with your favorite teams and logos to come later. Shop the full lineup now at tpocket.net. Fast shipping, easy ordering. Grab yours today and level up your everyday carry. Put it in your pocket with T-Pocket. tpocket.net.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you My Pillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our My Pillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our My Pillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
Well, it's great to have you back. I'm John Fredericks, your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live in Washington, D.C. Got a lot of announcements to make. Great to have you with us. As always, love my 6, 7 a.m. audience. It's the best. Phone lines open. We got some callers on hold. 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. Great to have you with us today. As always, this is a community, your show, your voice. You're empowered. You get challenged, and you got to challenge me too. But this is our community where MAGA comes together. No matter what Tucker Carlson says, this is the greatest movement in the history of the republic. Now the communists making their move. A lot could happen tomorrow in Colorado. We'll see how that goes. More on that a little bit later on. But big rulings coming out by the Supreme Court. I'll get to that in a minute. Couple of announcements, though. On Friday, that is a national holiday, so we are off. So we'll be running a best of on Friday. So I will not be here, taking a long weekend. Got to go to the State Fair. Got to have fun. Plus, we'll probably sneak over to Colonial Downs one day as weekend racing's there. Don't want to miss that. That's always fun. Don't forget Colonial Downs open. That's in New Kent. It's 20 minutes east of Richmond. About 2 hours. We got home on Sunday. Took us an hour and 45 minutes to get home from Colonial Downs. So that's all it is, about a 2-hour ride right down 95 to 64. Check it out. Post time, Colonial Downs. Have fun, win money. Post time, 12:30 p.m. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, all through the summer, right through September 7th. It's my favorite place to go. Check it out. Kids in free, grandstand free, parking free. Gonna have fun at Colonial Downs. Go to colonialdowns.com for more information. You can get a table in the Jockey Club, table upstairs. Great food, great buffet. Check it out. Horses are fun. Got my little thing here. Horses make me happy. See it right here. Horses make me happy. Always stays with me. So that's going to be fun. colonialdowns.com. Another announcement on August 17th, on Monday, joining our network, across the network, the Wendy Bell Live show. Wendy Bell Live. That's right. She's going to be live. We're branding it as Wendy Bell Live. I know you've heard her in different markets, but she's joining us across the network. Wendy Bell Live starting August 17th. That's going to be from 10 a.m. to 12 p.m. Monday through Friday, 10 to noon. Wendy Bell Live. That's going to be a lot of fun. So you don't want to miss that across the John Frederick Media Network landscape. Michael Patrick Leahy, who is currently in that time slot, is moving to 3 to 5. He's based, of course, in Nashville, Wendy in Pittsburgh. So Mike Leahy moving to afternoon drive 3 to 5. Michael Patrick Leahy starting August 17th in Nashville, and he'll be across our network as well. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Those are some of the changes we're making. Also, if you're in Nashville, looks like we're going to be picking up WAKM AM 950. That'll be under our corporate umbrella starting on August 1st, I believe. And that will also be the home of the Tennessee Volunteers football, basketball, and baseball. We'll be playing all their games. And the Tennessee Titans, my team. So we get to pick those up too. Couldn't get the Predators. A little bit disappointed about that, but you got to do what you got to do. Anyway, that's coming online. WAKM AM 950 will be under our network umbrella with all the programming. It's all the same. We simulcast everything, as you know, except for sports. News Talk Sports. John Fredericks Media Network, the #1 independently owned and operated conservative news talk sport network in America, the John Fredericks Media Network. Great to have you with us. 888-480-JOHN. Okay, what's the Supreme Court going to be ruling on today at 10? We got some big rulings coming out. Number one, birthright citizenship. President Donald Trump has made this a cornerstone of his campaign pledge. We'll see if he can pull it off. According to the line of questioning, I would expect that I don't expect this to go our way. I think the Constitution is pretty clear on it, that if you're simply born here, then you're a U.S. citizen. But maybe they can make a carve out. I think people flying here to give birth to a baby and then flying back, I mean, that is undermining the system. I don't know how SCOTUS will rule on that, but this is what the Chinese are doing. They fly in pregnant women in their 9th month. They give birth to the baby here. They become a U.S. citizen. They fly back to China. When they're 18, guess what? They can vote. This is egregious. Something has to be done about that. We'll see what the Supreme Court does. That ruling coming out today, I don't have a lot of confidence that it's going to go our way. Maybe we'll get a miracle, and it does. The Federal Trade Commission removal protections, a decades-old precedent, could be overturned today if the court rules in President Trump's favor on his attempts to fire Federal Trade Commission member Rebecca Slaughter. Trump decided to remove Slaughter, a Democratic commissioner who was appointed in 2018 last year because her service, he said, was inconsistent. This is a big ruling because this is going to make whether or not the president has the ability to shape these different commissions if he doesn't like the work that's being done. That ruling also expected today, released sometime after 10 a.m. Now, the Federal Reserve's independence, that is also up for debate. Lisa Cook, president wants her removed. She's fighting back. This gone all the way to the Supreme Court, whether or not the president has the power to fire Federal Reserve Board chairman. And we'll see how that goes. Obviously, I'm in favor of the president having the power in both the FTC and the Federal Reserve. Also, we're going to have a ruling on transgender bans for sports in high school and colleges. I expect this will go our way. I don't think we can continue down the path where biological males are competing in women's athletics, whether it be middle school, high school, or collegiate. I think that's going to go our way to our favor. Mail-in ballots, that's going to also get ruled on today. That's going to go in our favor. You're not going to be able to mail out a ballot to anybody in a state that hasn't turned over their voting list to be sure that it's properly vetted. Dead people aren't on it. Illegals aren't on it. People that should be voting aren't on it. People that moved away aren't on it. 8 people registered to an empty lot. They're not on it. I believe that the Supreme Court will rule in our favor, taking away one of the big cheat levers that the Democrat has, which is mail-out ballots, because they can't win without cheating. Okay, this segment brought to you by the Safer Supervision Act. Go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com. This making its way through the Senate, a very important bill for those in law enforcement who believe that our parole officers are overtaxed. We've got too many of them having to spend too much time on people that don't need the help. So they have to have, we'd like them to have the opportunity, as has been granted in some states, to recommend to a judge that people that are following all the rules and doing everything right can come off of the supervision roles. Now, this has got to be given to a judge, signed off by a judge. So it's 2 pairs of eyes, right? It's the parole officer and then it's the judge. Both have to sign off on it. If they do that, then the parole officer no longer has to supervise that person. They're free to go about their business, get back into society. They're doing all the right things. They should be rewarded for that. And it frees up the time of the parole officer to focus on those that are not doing well, that still pose some form of a risk to society. Focus on that and not be focusing on the those who need supervisory those who need supervision that are doing all the right things. That's what makes sense to me. So for more information, go to safersupervision.com, safersupervision.com, and this message has been paid for by the Safer Supervision Action Fund. So thank you. All right, let's get to some callers here, if I may, very quickly. Let's get to Greg in Georgia, line 3. You're live. Greg in Georgia, line 3. Okay, no Greg. Steve in Virginia, line 3. Steve in Virginia. All right. I think Dan is trying to get something done with McCune. So we'll simply go on here for a second. All of these rulings are coming down today. They're going to be landmark decisions, very critical to the future of the country. So we'll see what kind of happens there. And if you want to weigh in, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, 888-480-JOHN, 888-480-5646. The communist movement taking its way to the Midwest this weekend in Colorado. There is an open seat there. You got the establishment Democrat running against a communist. The communist has now pulled ahead, according to the polls. So now it's reached the Midwest. Here's what's going to be interesting. Senator Hickenlooper, 100% name ID, 2 terms as senator, 2 terms as governor in Colorado, being challenged by a communist there. He was up by 30 points a month ago. Now I'm just getting emails that race is now tied. That race is tied. Hickenlooper squandered a 30-point lead in a month. The wave of the communists in the Democratic Party is coming. It is now Democratic Communist Party USA, DCA, Democrat Communist Party of America. And the Democrat is only there for show. This is Communist Party USA. They're going to win this House seat in the primary, and they're going to topple Hickenlooper, and they're going to win the Senate seat. The Democrats have moved on from America. They want a communist system. They're energized. They're showing up to vote in massive numbers. There's no way to stop them in the Democratic Party. They're going to take it over, and it's going to be MAGA versus communist. You couldn't get a starker delineation of what is going on in this country. Dan, are you back now? Can we get some of these callers on, Dan? All right, Dan's doing something or other. So no callers, no clips for the time being as they fix whatever is going on in the studio. Okay, we've got Peter, Dr. McCullough is coming up with us at the bottom of the hour. We're going to have Corey Lewandowski at 8:05. Corey Lewandowski is going to be with us at 8:05. So we're looking forward to that. 8:30, your calls. Then the Pennsylvania Posse will be joining us 9 to 10. Pennsylvania Posse 9 to 10, and we're good to go. Let's get a little, while Dan's not here, wherever he is, let's get a little sports in it, if we may, right? Astros winning again yesterday, 5-7 on their road trip. Why do we care? Well, as bad as they were, as horrible as things are, now they're only a game out of first place, so they're back in the hunt. So that's a good thing. You can't ignore what is going on with FIFA soccer. It has been unbelievable. The games have been great, but better than that, what pride in our country. So many foreigners coming here saying so many great things about the USA. They don't want to leave. It's been fantastic here in the United States. And if you just follow them on social media, you know, you've had one of the teams, as you know, the Scotland came, they drank out all of Boston's beer. But what a great thing for the United States. It's just been fabulous to see all these foreigners come in and tell us what a great country we have, how free it is, what an abundance we have of things, because they have the comparison from the countries that they're in. So just following this thing has been very uplifting for many of us, because all you get is the negative from the fake news, how bad we are, and everything else going on. Okay, now, You want to follow me on my newsletter. Don't forget that. Just go to johnfredericksradio.com, johnfredericksradio.com. You've got our newsletter is right there. And you want to sign up for that. I just did one the other day called The Duck Files. Very humorous one, but not humorous if you're the person that, or the people that defiled and tried to cause harm to the reflecting pool by cutting the lining. They're faced with 10 years in prison. And don't for a minute think that Jeanine Pirro is not going to prosecute them to the fullest extent of the law, which is going to be a 10-year sentence going back, a 10-year sentence. Dan, let me know when you're back. I've got Anthony on hold, Steve on hold, a couple others on hold. So just let me know there when you're back, Dan, so we can get these callers in. Sorry, guys, for being on hold. Dan is doing something and don't know where he is, so I'm kind of flying here on blind. Also, you want to follow me on social media at JF Radio Show, at JF Radio Show, at JF Radio Show. We're on TikTok, Instagram, the whole bit. You want to follow us there, Facebook, John Fredericks Show, right there. And also, many people have asked, how can I get your show? How can I get the clips? They're up on YouTube, so you want to follow that. Go to John Fredericks Media on YouTube. You're going to get the entire show there for podcast purposes. You'll also get all of the clips up, so you're good to go. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in, 888-480-5646. Can't wait to get the Pennsylvania Posse on, because when we have them, what is going to be really neat is, just so you know, Josh Shapiro, the governor of Pennsylvania, would not allow Pennsylvania to participate in the state fair right up the street from me at the National Mall. The reason? Not because they don't want to celebrate the 250-year birthday of the country, not that they don't want to celebrate Pennsylvania or to keep part they were. No, all because they hate Trump. So Shapiro's running for president, so he's got to make a statement by not allowing Pennsylvania to participate in our 250 here in D.C. with a booth and everything about Pennsylvania on the National Mall, because Trump is president. Let me say that again. They don't want to participate in the nation's birthday with their own event for Pennsylvania. They don't want to showcase their state because Trump is president. This is where we are right now in this country. Just let that sink in a moment. This is how far gone we are. Trump is president, therefore we're not going to participate in the nation's birthday. This is Trump derangement syndrome ground zero. So, not to be stopped, Senators Dave McCormick and John Fetterman got together, and they are putting on their own Pennsylvania exhibit at the state fair. So over the weekend, Senators McCormick, who he'll be on a little bit later on this week, Senators McCormick and Fetterman announced a Pennsylvania partnership to showcase the Commonwealth at the Great American Fair. So they say that Pennsylvania leaders are uniting to ensure that the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is represented during America's 250th anniversary celebration on the National Mall, completely privately funded with no taxpayer dollars. So they got the private funding to do this, and they got the Chamber of Commerce involved. They got the NFIB involved. They've got a lot of different organizations. They got Penn Agriculture involved, and they got the Farm Bureau involved. So they got private funding to take this. So not to be outdone, they also got the Pennsylvania Manufacturers Association and the Manufacturers Business Association, the NIFB. They got all of those involved, ponying up the dough without taxpayer funding so that Pennsylvania could be represented at the state fair. I mean, you think about this. You think that Governor Shapiro, on the birthday of the country's 250th birthday, And we have this 50-state exhibit at the National Mall. And as important as the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania has been to the birth of the nation and to the revolution and to everything we've done, to not participate because you're running for president and you hate Trump and you need those hate Trump voters and you need to wear it like a badge of honor, like, I didn't let my state participate in the 250 because Trump's president. This is how far this country has collapsed here. And as I've been saying forever, you're never going to put it back together. There's no kumbaya. There's no healing. Remember when Obama got elected? He was supposed to be the great healer. He was supposed to finally bring the country together. He's going to solve racism. And we were finally going to come together. You know, we have our differences, but we all believe in the same thing. The exact opposite happened. 18 years removed from Obama's first election, this country is more divided than ever, with no way back and no way forward. It is two separate countries. And the Democrats are trying to get a majority by shipping in new voters illegally and cheating. It's all they can do because they don't have a majority of Americans. So that is where we're at right now. Okay, Dan, are you back? Or am I on air? I don't know what the hell's going on, what they're doing back there. But either way, we're going to go to a quick break here on the John Fredericks Media Network, and we will be right back.
In the rule of government. And if that government is suppressive, we have the right and the ability to change that to where the government does not become oppressive to us. And the forefathers who thought that out was just incredible how they knew that the King of Britain, as they put in the Declaration of Independence, of how we're supposed to be governed by nature and God's nature.
Well, certainly by nature, if you ask me, the natural right that each person has in the aggregate to determine his own steps. And I think, John, you are back on with us. I think we finally have everything back up and running here. I've been covering for you in the meantime, but John McCune's been working very hard to get everything going. So I hope that we did an okay job in your absence. Larry, our announcer, is on with me. We've been holding and manning the fort for you in the meantime. I hope that's been okay.
Let's go to a break.
We're still working on that. Actually, we're trying to get everything.
Can we take a phone call?
We can take a phone call. I think we have Anthony on line 1 from Florida. So let me see if I can get him on.
What about everybody else? Everybody else?
I think everybody else is gone because they thought they were like, what happened? I got hung up on. They didn't hear anything.
For those that were on hold, call back, and we were trying to get you on. Let's go to Anthony in Florida. Anthony, you're live.
Yeah, good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, I've spent a good weekend, John, with like you said, with the with the Scots and the Brits and the Dutch and wearing orange and bouncing left to right, and drinking beer, which I don't normally do, but like it's just a good weekend without politics, and and it proved something to me that people can get along all over the world decently and respectfully. I watched Mexicans wear kilts and Scottish drink tequila, and everybody was getting along fine. And the key factor that made it go, there was not one single politician anywhere in sight, not one. So, and like I said, it was just a good feeling. But here it is, and, this is Monday, and we're back in it. And the communist revolution is taking hold. And you know what? The establishment GOP Congress critter scumbags are going to let this happen. They're going to sit there. They're going to let it happen. And unfortunately for you in D.C., God bless you. You're fighting the fight, but I have zero confidence that Trump is going to stop this chick. She's going to take hold. That other guy that's going against Collins, I fear he's going to win. Like I said, this is going in the wrong direction, and we're not going the way of England. England is gone. And talking to the Brits, sorry, Mike, we don't have any guns. We're done. Don't give up your guns, Mike. That's all the Brits kept telling me. We're done. Not going to happen here. It's going to come down to the guy on the street, and like I said, the guys the politicians. I don't know if they're listening. I don't know if they care. The young and the Democrats push their young representatives forward. Our side doesn't. They either get shot, Charlie Kirk, or they get put out of meetings, like Scott Pressler, who did an incredible amount of work for our party. Here's your thank you. Get out. So, I'm just, have I said anything wrong or not true? Just let me know, because this ain't looking too good. The party ain't doing it. The guys, the elected representatives, our representative republic, the representatives in our republic are not representing us. We tell them, don't do this, and they're like, yeah, whatever. So, but vote for me anyway. How make that make sense?
It doesn't. There is a communist movement in this country that is taking hold. Now it's going west. You're going to see it manifest itself tomorrow in Colorado. You're going to see Hickenlooper get defeated. A 30-year, he was mayor, governor, senator. He's going to get defeated by a communist in the U.S. Senate primary. You're going to see an incumbent congresswoman, Democrat, get defeated by a communist. You can't stop this on their side. The Democratic Party is now Communist Party USA. It is not helpful for President Trump to be saying what a nice guy Mandami is. That's not helpful. He says what he thinks. I'm sure he's a nice guy until he takes everything you have and then burns your ass at the stake, because that's what these people will do, right? So it's a facade, but the movement is real. And I've been pointing this out, as you know, Anthony, now for 2 years. And it is a real movement. And the push is going to come to shove in Washington, D.C., because Trump threw the salvo out. Doesn't matter. We don't even have a candidate for mayor. Even if I was running, I'd get 8, 10%, 15 max. It doesn't matter. Trump threw the salvo down. I'm going to try to talk to her. If she's not going to play ball, then we can't let it go back. Well, the only way you don't let it go back is by getting rid of home rule. So here's what's going to happen. He'll attempt to do that in the lame duck session, and Republicans will vote no. Republicans. See, Republicans will vote no. Just like Republicans are pushing back against birthright citizenship. They don't want not to have that. That's bad. They don't want to deport the Haitians and the Syrians. That's bad. Thunes doing nothing. Everything is a mess. And so until, Anthony, you have leaders with the courage to call this out, like I've done, and to go run for office and win, like I've done, and many of you have, you're going to continue to slide into a communist squalor. And it is a sad situation that how far we've come, and now here we are. A part of it is driven by illegal votes. Part of it is driven by the desire to get things for free after COVID. Part of it is driven by Trump derangement syndrome. And part of it is simply driven by you get free stuff. If you heard the Mondami clip earlier, what did he say? I gave, for the first time in America, all children 2 years old have free healthcare or free daycare. I've given that to you. I froze rent for 2 years. Doesn't matter that your apartments can't get fixed because the landlord doesn't have the money. Well, then we'll confiscate the apartments, get taxpayer money to fix them until we run out of money. I've done that. I mean, he goes on with a litany of things that he gave people because Hochul gave them the money. They can't balance their budget. It's impossible. And the tax base is declining. So riots are next, dude. Be prepared. Be prepared. All right, I want to get, can we go to a quick word from our sponsors before we get the doctor on, Dan?
That's the one part of the system that's not back up and running. I'm actually waiting for Coleman to try to get some password information to get that computer up and running so that we can run ads. But otherwise, we're able to do everything else. I apologize about that. But it seems as though John McCune, our engineer, has solved the issues otherwise with the studio that were going on early this morning. So, but at least we're back up and running. I've called Coleman a couple times and sent him a few text messages, but he's not on vacation this week, is he?
No. All right, let's get to Dr. Peter McCullough. I understand that he's on with us. All right, Dr. McCullough, thank you. Sorry for we've had some technical issues today, starting in Washington, D.C., and they've made their way down to Richmond and our entire network, so we apologize for that. Dr. McCullough, it's great to have you with us, as always.
Thank you.
This week starts the celebration of America's 250th birthday. Part of the greatness of the American experiment has been our emphasis on self-reliance, although that kind of went away during COVID. But it's important, the idea of self-reliance when it comes to taking charge of your health care, which I'm such a believer in because I'm such a believer in the wellness company, the emergency medical kits, the contagion kits, all the things I do. I'm such a believer in it because you take matters in your own hands.
So true. America symbolizes individualism over collectivism. And so it makes us so different from the Middle East and in Asia. And part of our pioneering individualistic spirit is the ability to take care of ourselves and make our own independent decisions. The government doesn't take care of us in terms of healthcare. Each one of us sets our own healthcare agenda. And what we've learned, certainly coming out of the pandemic, is people have to be every day making decisions, probably using products to help them stay healthy, become healthier. And, everybody now is achieving their health goals. Look at you, John. I mean, gosh, you need a new shirts and new suit coats. You've lost weight. Your color's back in your face. You look terrific because you've taken control of your health.
What you said is so true. And for so long, what happens is, this is going to be a great segment because you become dependent on your doctors or your physician care. Something goes wrong, you go to them, you get a medication, whatever it is. You get the flu, they give you an antibiotic, all that stuff. But it puts you in the reactive mode. I got sick, I need to do something. I have a pain, I have to go find out what it is, etc. What the wellness company allows you to do, and I've embraced it, and you can see the difference in me. I've embraced it, is that with all aspects that are guarding your health, is you have the ability to take control of it and to figure out what you have to do in order to lead a healthier, better lifestyle, to look better and to feel better. And, the other day I got something came in a package and Ann opened it up and she said, more stuff from the wellness company. I'm like, yeah, you got it. Because I take all of their supplements. I take so much of their stuff because at 68 now, I'm in preventative mode, right?
Mhm.
What can I do to prevent? Waiting until something happens at my age, is not a good idea. I'm in preventative mode because I want to stay healthy.
Well, so true. And as a doctor, I can tell you, we're trained to be problem solvers. People bring us problems and then we try to solve them. And, our tools are pharmaceuticals and surgeries and, other interventions. But, life would be a lot better if people self-managed at home and brought fewer problems to their doctor. Let me give you an example. I just came back from Pittsburgh and my son graduated from his residency in ER medicine. And, he commented, he said, ever since I started using the Immune Mist nasal spray and throat spray, he goes, I don't get sick anymore. He goes, everybody in the ER is always sick, all the doctors and nurses, because people come in sick. And, just he made his own individual observation as a young doctor. And I said, well, there you go. Here's an example. Stop the viral infections early. Don't let them progress to a bacterial bronchitis or a bronchopneumonia, and stay healthy. I do it every day. I have much fewer colds. If you saw me on Fox News back in 2020, I was sick all the time. The producers were saying, Doc, you got to pull it together. Is because I didn't have my act together in terms of preventing upper respiratory tract infections with Immune Mist and nasal spray, the immune defense. Great set of products from the wellness company.
Ann was just saying the other day, we were traveling, we were at Colonial Downs and just outside of Richmond. And of course, we always travel with our medical emergency kit. And as I was unpacking, I put it on the thing and she said, I need to be sure that I get one for when I travel because the last time I went out of town, I had to check out one of the stations. Like I forgot mine. I said, well, we got to order you another one because never take it out of your travel bag. Yeah. Just whatever bag that you travel in, and everybody's got a primary suitcase, just put it in there. You never take it out. Then, you got to buy an extra one, obviously, for home. But she was telling me that, she's felt so much better since she's embraced this whole concept. And she said, I just open up the guidebook. I'm starting to feel sick. I open up the guidebook. I don't have to do anything but read the guidebook and do exactly what it says. And so I've been able to now embrace your vision of preventative care, and it's really made a difference. And so I tell that to all my friends. I've got so many I've turned on to this. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, your medical emergency kit. Order that today. Get it today. Get the contagion kit also as one that you just might want to travel with. But get that today. Have it for you and your family, because you cannot make a better investment in your family's health. And the other thing is, who wants to be sick? Why be sick? It's no fun to be sick. You're in bed, you're sniffling, you're coughing, you feel like crap. These are days gone from your life. Why would you do that? It makes no sense when everything, Doc, is right at your fingertips.
It's so true. And, today we have a press release from the wellness company. We're very evidence-based. We're doing research. We're doing everything we should as a health and wellness company. And our press release will indicate that the vast majority of people who bought emergency kits, they open them and they use them. So the point is, John, just like with you and me, things come up. We're getting ready to travel to Europe and we'll be in multiple different locations. I don't want to get sick, or I don't have my wife get a bladder infection or yeast infection or something else, and I have to go to a European ER where we have no insurance coverage and we can't speak the language, and there's no way we're going to travel with the medical emergency kit. We built the kits so they fit into suitcases. They're padded, they're protected. They even float if you're in a boat and you're out in the water. But the bottom line is keep the medications dry, in a reasonably cool place indoors. They're going to last and have their potency. They're individually prescribed. So you're right, each person should have their own kit. And when you run low or run out, use the replenishment website. I had to do that the other day and I couldn't find it. So I used artificial intelligence. I said, where's the wellness company refill site where I can refill? And sure enough, it brought it up. I clicked on it. It recognized me in the system and I refilled the bottles.
I think we've used the replenishment probably 5 times since we started this. But because look, you take the stuff, it's just not, well, I'm going to save it for when I need it. Well, you need it as you're getting sick. So right. There's no sense of saving it. Take it so you stay healthy. But ever since COVID, it's changed the country so much. People no longer trust the government. Like, I don't trust the government, whatever they say about health, right? Ever since that, and Fauci, now, Fauci, Rand Paul is saying he should be indicted, even though he's got a pardon because he knew about all this stuff. I mean, COVID changed the way people see medicine, hasn't it?
Yeah, for sure. I think if there's another pandemic, I know the wellness company will probably have a series of emergency meetings, outfit America for what it needs. People are going to turn to the wellness company because we can actually do something. We've got the scale, we've got the national platform, we have doctors who prescribe medications in all 50 states. We can scale up. Health and Human Services, they don't take care of a single patient. The CDC, hasn't treated a single child or an adult. And these are bloated agencies with billion-dollar budgets, essentially doing nothing. What America wants is they want to take matters into their own hands, and they want the wellness company to guide them. We've got a medical board of doctors, very qualified. We're very upfront out there in the public. We're responsible for our actions and our products. We stand behind them. And boy, someone like you and Ann, as a couple, I mean, boy, you are, just an example of how good it can be when you partner with a wellness company.
And don't forget, just go to twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla is going to get you 10% off. There's so many products there that you can take advantage of for this. But, we're traveling now. We're doing a whole bunch of things. We never get sick. Mm-hmm. And it is right back to the medical emergency kit. I mean, that's the only difference that we have. One other product I want to mention is people have it. They first started getting it was called Mars. You changed the name to Zeus, which is a cool name, to Zeus. But if you're a guy out there and you're over 40, maybe 45, your testosterone naturally starts to deplete. Doesn't have anything to do with your lifestyle or your weight. It just depletes because it's the natural thing of life. And when that goes down, you run all kinds of health risks that you don't realize. People think of testosterone, they basically think of one thing. It's got a lot of other things that my doctor, Kelly Victory, has told me. And so I take 2 a day with a glass of water. I've been taking it now for 9 months. My testosterone level, which was like 2.2, just over the minimum. Now it's up to 3. So nice. No shots, over the danger zone. The other thing it does is for a guy is you take 2 when you get up. Here's the other thing it does. Weird. It forces you to drink a glass of water, right? So before the coffee starts, everything, as soon as you get up, bang, you pop those 2 and you take your water. Over time, it's a natural supplement that is proven for me highly effective.
Yeah, there's no doubt you're improving your muscle mass, your bone strength, certainly testosterone production, natural production by the testes is higher. So, it gives you that edge. And we renamed it because, Mars was interesting, was from outer space. I said, wait a minute, people are developing physiques like John Fredericks. They look like Zeus, just wow. So we renamed it because it does fit. And you know what? I prescribe much less of these testosterone shots now that we have Zeus. I'd rather go natural, go a little slower. way better than taking shots. And men like it. Their sexual desires improve, performance improves. And you're your 60s or 70s, that's kind of the make it or break it time.
Yeah, I don't want to do the shots. I mean, that was an alternative, and but if I can do something natural, I just prefer to do that. We've got a lot of positive developments under President Trump, RFK Jr. Where do you see medicine in this country headed?
I think we've got to get some wins on justice. So Fauci apparently will testify in the Senate in July. It'll be far more pointed. And now with all the documents, a lot of them are going to be yes, no questions. Does this document say this? And it's going to say, yeah, it does. Essentially, all the lies that Fauci had fed Trump and Biden are going to come out. And at some point in time, I think Trump is going to need to comment on this. He's letting the justice process play out. I hope Todd Blanche takes up this and assigns an independent counsel, and we should take it all the way. All these criminals who, essentially dumped this COVID pandemic on the world, made us miserable for years. They should be called to justice. We need that as a win for sure. Dr. Oz is cleaning up fraud all over the place, and that's really been needed. I mean, Medicare and Medicaid and CMS has been wide open for fraudulent activities, and they're being shut down. And by the way, these fraudulent programs know they're violating the law because they don't even call or complain. Literally, the government money is shut off, and RFK is trying to lead people, at least in terms of thinking about being healthier. At the wellness company, we're actually applying that to practice. By the way, John, weight is down in the United States over the last 3 years. So people are losing weight now, getting fitter. America is becoming healthier.
Well, listen, weight was always a big problem in this country, eating the wrong foods. Eating, my wife has this thing, when you're eating, John, eat with a purpose. Like, what is the purpose of that cracker and cheese you're stuffing in your mouth? Like, what is that doing for you right now? So, it's kind of all that stuff comes together. But the big thing is, look, folks, when you're traveling over the summer and we got all this heat going on and stuff, you want to be sure that you're prepared if something goes down. And we got an epidemic right now, a tick epidemic. What is going on with the ticks? Where did they come from?
They ride on deer, they ride on other animals, mammals, and these ticks jump off, and they can jump onto humans. I was in Pittsburgh, and I was jogging along one of the rivers. I was in this narrow trail, and I was brushing across these leaves, and I thought, boy, I am just ripe for a tick to jump off. And when it lands in the human skin, it dives its head in. And that's when it, either injects a saliva and with it various organisms from Lyme to Rocky Mountain spotted fever to babesiosis. It can even inject some proteins that makes people allergic to meat later on. It's called alpha-gal syndrome. So everybody be careful about ticks. People more and more are wearing long sleeves. Okay, so that'll prevent the tick from jumping on. If you get a tick, get it removed quickly and pull out the head, and then get your emergency medical kit open and take doxycycline. Follow the protocol. Don't get Lyme disease. That can be a lifelong disaster, John. People needing pacemakers, heart failure, neurologic problems, immune system problems. Lyme disease is avoidable with the medical emergency kit.
So if you get a tick bite, if you have a tick and you removed it, what else should you do?
Well, clean the wound and then immediately take doxycycline 200 milligrams. It's in your medical emergency kit.
All right. Get your medical emergency kit today. Can't live without it. You don't need it until you need it, and then you need it. So get it now. Just go to twc.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. Going to get you 10% off from Dr. Peter McCullough, who's been right about everything. By the way, got up today, Monday, did my 100 push-ups. I'm 68. I do 100 push-ups, 4 sets of 25 at 4 in the morning. Not bad for my age. Only because I've taken health into my own hands with Dr. McCullough, the wellness company, and my medical emergency kit, and my Zeus. I mean, who else in my age gets up at 4 a.m. and does 100 push-ups a day? I mean, come on. Be serious. I'm 68, Doc. Not bad.
I tell you, impressive.
I don't jog, though. I'm too old for that. As long as I keep my shoulders bigger than my gut, Anne's happy. That's the rule. John Fredericks Media Network. TWC.health/Godzilla. Promo code Godzilla. 10% off. We'll be right back. Corey Lewandowski next.
Later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose. We cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand, the greatest blessing in this land. We raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man Jack Nicholson knows can handle the truth, John Fredericks.
James Blair. James, I guess it's on your shoulders to take that socialist message and see if it's going to help the GOP. How do you message this?
Well, I think you have to get past the label of socialism and talk about the positions that these people are actually espousing as their goals in Congress. They include things like completely getting rid of immigration enforcement. Abolishing borders is literally one of their platform positions. They don't think we should deport anybody from this country, not even criminals. And where does Hakeem Jeffries stand on this? I mean, I think for a guy who ostensibly wants to win the House and becomes the Speaker, is he courting their votes for Speaker? Is he going to seat them in the caucus? Is he going to allow these positions that are anti-American, anti-patriotic to proliferate? I mean, one of these women ran an organization who has an explicit goal of bringing violence to America. They said they want to translate the Palestinian resistance movement into violence and social unrest in America. This is who the Democrat Party is caucusing with to try to gain power. And where is their leadership on that? I think they have to answer that question.
Well, a couple of things. I just saw that some Democrats came out and said we are about 17 strong. Maybe they're going to grow those numbers and say we are capitalist and we're pro-American and not anti-Semitic. Who do you believe? The ones that won on Tuesday or the ones that are combining to push back today?
Well, look, I look forward to that group of Democrats switching to the Republican Party then, because that's not where apparently a large group of their voters are. It's not where their leadership is. It's not the positions they're running on. I mean, for the record, everything that they're saying, you know, one of these women, they talk about things like child tax credits. Okay, this is something that Republicans agree with. Well, guess what? Every Democrat in the current Congress voted against the child tax credit that we increase. In fact, they voted to cut the child tax credit. So, look, there's probably a few things we agree on, but the fact is the leadership of their party is going to cow to the far left voters. And so, like I said, 17, by the way, very small number for a large group of Democrats in Congress. That tells you all you need to know. But we look forward to welcoming them to the Republican Party.
So tell me if you agree with this. They say there's the Cook Report says.
You're back on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks radio apps, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables. Thanks for being with us. Truth and clarity right here. No nonsense and no gibberish. That's right here. Plus, it's a community. We take your calls, 888-480-JOHN. Corey Lewandowski coming up, 888-480-5646, and you're good to go. This segment brought to you by our great friends at Sat123. If you don't have your Sat Mini Starlink yet, this is like the greatest invention ever made. I travel with it. I took it to Colonial Downs with me over the weekend. I did my Godzilla Wind show with it. I did our show from the suite with it. I just put it outside on the balcony, plug it in. I got 100 down, 100 up. The best coverage you're going to get. It's only $169 on sale, sat123.com, $169. I pay $59 a month, I think. I get unlimited access, and it doesn't matter where you are. All you have to have is a clear view of the sky, even if it's a window. Works for me off of a window. You just put it, like, why go to a hotel and try to get on their internet system? It sucks. I go to sat123.com. I get my Starlink Mini. I've got great coverage no matter where I am. As long as there's an open sky or a window, I am good to go. Now, you want to get yours today. It blows away the jetpacks. I got rid of all my jetpacks because all I need is my Starlink Mini. Just go to sat123.com, sat123.com. Get your Starlink Mini there. If you own a business, this is absolutely critical. Starlink Mini is just phenomenal. And I travel with it, right? It fits right here. See this little bag here? This is it. It fits right in my little travel bag. I put it in with my computer, my laptop, fits right in. Perfect. Sat123.com. You're good to go. Joining me now, Corey Lewandowski. Well, you all know Corey. I've been with him forever. He's the guy that started the whole Trump MAGA movement right at the beginning, day one. Author, 2 New York Times bestsellers, Let Trump Be Trump being one of them. And now one of the senior advisors in the inner circle to President Trump. Corey, great to have you with me.
Good morning, John.
So, Corey, there's a lot to unpack today. I want to start with the Trump derangement syndrome, ground zero, the reflecting pool. The fake news has gone crazy over this. Now, Gene Pirro's got videos of somebody actually slashing the lining. This is going to be a mandatory 10-year federal prison sentence. Break that down for us, Corey Lewandowski.
John, what we've seen from most of the Main Street and legacy media is, this up in arms of the president wanting to repaint the reflecting pool so that when you fly over it or you come to see it in our great nation's capital, it's actually blue and not green. And what the president talked about was getting that done. He did it very quickly. And then all of a sudden, someone went in and destroyed it. And what they destroyed, John, is not just the reflecting pool. It is a piece of our nation's history. It is a federal monument. It's no different than going in and spray painting Abraham Lincoln or George Washington. It is part of our federal park system. And those people need to be held accountable because what they have chosen to do is to desecrate the exact existence of what America has stood for. That reflecting pool is so much bigger than just a body of water. It stands for the freedom and the liberties that we have enjoyed coming into America's 250th birthday. And it sits right there at the foot of Abraham Lincoln. And as many of us have done and flown into Washington, D.C., and you come in on that airplane, on one side of that airplane is a remembrance to the dead, the fallen, Arlington National Cemetery. And on the other side, as you come in, is the Lincoln Memorial and the Capitol and everything that this U.S. government has stood for and stands for, the freedom and liberty which is seen around the world. So people who want to desecrate that should spend an enormous amount of time in jail. Well, there's a minimum 10-year federal prison sentence that was passed in Trump 1 by the Congress. So, I mean, there's no way out of that. If they find this person and they're found guilty by a jury of their peers, they get 10 in a federal prison. No early release, no parole, no good behavior, nothing. They get 10. So why you would risk 10 years of your life so that you can tear up a reflecting pool in order for somebody to make fun of Trump? Like, who in their right mind would do this? John, these people hate the president more than they love their country. The freedoms that we have been given by our great Constitution are extended to everybody who's an American citizen, who's in this country legally. And they think that sometimes the laws don't apply to them. But what they will find out is that we will find you, we will catch you, we will put you in jail, and you will spend time behind bars for destroying the statues and the history and the property of the American people. It is unaccepted. It will not be tolerated. And we will use every resource available to track these people down and hold them accountable. Unbelievable. Corey, I want to get to the State Fair, which is a beautiful thing. I live, as you know, in Washington, D.C., 2 blocks from there. Ann and I went the other day, just absolutely gorgeous. But you got states that aren't participating. Like, for instance, Pennsylvania didn't want to participate. Josh Shapiro, because he's running for president. I mean, I can't think of another state that has been equally as responsible for the birth of this country than Pennsylvania. And you have the governor not participating because they don't like Trump. I mean, what the hell message does that send? Well, the message sends that it's politics above people is what the message sends. It's that you want to be more political than actually show off the great value that your state provides to this country. Look, Pennsylvania is one of these states that not only was one of the original 13 colonies, but has led the way on so many things, on mining, on exploration, on blue collar workers, on so many things. And the fact that the governor has chosen not to send a representative or representation of his state to Washington to be bigger than politics, to put people above that. You know, when you look at Senator Fetterman and Senator McCormick, what they have done continuously is team up to benefit their people of Pennsylvania. And what we see now is that Senator McCormick and Senator Fetterman are doing an event in Pennsylvania to bring defense industries there. They're doing it together because they want their people to succeed. That is the type of example that Governor Shapiro should be using, which is a bipartisan, above politics approach. But he's chosen not to do that, and it will only be at the detriment of the people and the businesses and the history of the great state of Pennsylvania.
Corey, give us your assessment of the communist movement now, which has taken hold in this country and taken over the Democratic Party as we know it.
Well, John, what we've seen, particularly in the large cities, the large municipalities, Washington, D.C., New York City, is the far left fringes of the Democratic Party. Really, you could call them socialists, you could call them communists. I don't think people truly understand what those terms mean, because most people now, John, unlike you and I who are old and have gray hair, don't remember what it was like when a major country was a communist regime and fighting the U.S. On a regular basis. They don't remember the fall of the Berlin Wall. They don't remember those things. So this next young generation thinks, well, it's kind of cool to be a socialist. It's kind of cool to be a communist. We love Mandami. We love the fact that you can't run a business anymore, that the government's going to come in and take over. That is called socialism. Okay. And what we're seeing is, look, you know, even the somewhat crazy Democrats are losing their primaries to the far left fringes. That was seen last Tuesday in New York, where 3 Democrat incumbent congressmen all lost. You know, I mean, the ones that Mandami supported all won, including against the heir to the Levi's fortune, who is no conservative, by the way, but he's gone now. And the reason for that is because this next young generation truly thinks that they are owed something by the government, that the government should run everything, that they don't have to go out and create a business. Look, John, I've got 4 kids, all teenagers. You know how it's like. They get this notion that, hey, you know, we should be able to get things for free in some regard, or, you know, your businesses shouldn't pass those expenses on to the consumer. And, you know, we've been blessed to be surrounded by small business owners. Our neighbors next door own a small convenience store. And they said, every time our prices go up, we have to pass that on. And if you think the government's going to come in and solve your problem, you know, the best thing that you can do for that person is give them a paycheck. And, you know, what happens then? They say, wait, why are we paying all these taxes? And then they start to realize. So, you know, we've encouraged and forced our kids to go out and get jobs. And I think those paychecks, when they see what the government has been doing to them for services they're not getting, is a very rude awakening.
Corey Lewandowski, how do we defeat them?
Well, John, the only way we can do it is to talk about the success, not just that this president has brought, but what our country has been founded on, the ideals, the principles. Coming into the 250th anniversary of the signing of the Declaration of Independence should be a time where everybody, regardless of race, religion, ethnicity, or creed, can rally around the American flag and stand for those ideals. Because, John, we're the only country in the world that you don't have a predetermined notion of where your life will end up. You can be born into poverty and become one of the richest people in the world. You can be born into wealth and end up poor. Those decisions are yours. And so I think what we want to do is go out and talk about the ideas and freedoms that we've been able to enjoy for 250 years and just say, if you want to give up those freedoms for your generation or the next, then that's on you. But this generation, my generation, is going to fight for the ones that we've been God-given through the Constitution.
What do you look for today from the SCOTUS rulings, Corey?
Well, very important. We had some big rulings last week, John, on behalf of immigration. The fact that if you're here under temporary, and that's the word, temporary protective services, you don't get to stay in the country every day forever. And John, just to belabor that point for 1 minute, you know, you saw the people up in arms saying that these Haitians have nowhere to go back to. Don't forget, Bill Clinton told us when they implemented TPS, Barack Obama, that was going to be 18 months. 18 months for TPS. It's now been, you know, almost 2 decades. And so what we have is the Supreme Court, I think, making good, wise decisions on what the Constitution says and understanding what executive power and executive authority actually means. So the court continues to be divided, usually in a 5-4 or 6-3 breakout. But that being said, John, I think by and large, the court has done the right things. I'm still cautiously optimistic. I know that at any given time, Justice Roberts could go the other way. He seems to be the swing vote on the court right now. But last week was a very good indication that the rule of law will continue under the Supreme Court.
Let's get some of your predictions. I'm done predicting what the Supreme Court will do, or any court or jury will do, since O.J. Simpson, when I lost that bet many years ago. So let me just go right through it. Birthright citizenship.
Look, John, you have to be in this country legally, in my opinion, to be born here and to become a U.S. citizen. That's my opinion. We'll see what the court says. But these anchor babies are not supposed to be in this country becoming U.S. citizens because their parents snuck into the country or came here just to have kids. It's not how it's supposed to work.
How do you think they'll rule?
Look, I am hopeful they rule the right way. Unfortunately, I don't think they will. I think what they're going to say is if you were born on U.S. soil, regardless of how your parents got here, you are entitled to be a U.S. citizen. I think that's what the court will say.
You think they'll do a carve out for these Chinese women that come here on an airplane?
I don't think they will, John. I think these Chinese women, these people who come here knowing that they're 7, 8 months pregnant just to have their babies here, they're called anchor babies, and then they turn around and leave, but then they've got a baby who's a U.S. citizen that's recognized by the court. I don't think there's any carve out. I think they're going to be holistic, and they're going to say, if you were born on U.S. soil or on a military base that is owned by the United States, then as far as the court is concerned, you are an American citizen.
All right, commissioners for the Trade Commission and for the Federal Reserve. This is going to be an important ruling also as it speaks to presidential power and authority. How do you think that goes?
I think the court will side with the president on this. I really do. I think when you are the leader of the free world, you have some ability to run your departments and the government the way you want to within the confines of the law. So I think as it looks like that, the president has exerted some enormous authorities. But I think that the court will defer to executive authority on that.
What about mail-in ballots?
Yeah, this is a big one, John. You know, I've been on both sides of this. I've been in the room many times when the Department of Justice and Harmeet Dillon and others have talked about this. And the concern has always been a states' rights issue. Now, there are federal elections which supersede those states' rights issues. But as you know, we're not really an organization, a country that has a federal election. We're a country that has 50 or more individual elections. And the problem is, I think the court's going to look at states like Colorado that have done a relatively good job of managing the mail-in ballot process with very little fraud. And what we have seen, particularly coming out of the Department of Justice, is asking those states to give us those federal voter rolls. And those states have basically said, we're not going to do that. And the issue there, John, is while we, meaning the Republicans, are in the administration, what happens on the other side? What happens when the Democrats take over and then they say, give us the voter rolls in Texas? And Texas says, we're not going to do that. So it's a very dangerous precedent. I think what's going to happen is the Supreme Court is probably going to allow the states to manage their elections the way they have for probably the last 30 years.
I kind of agree with that ruling. Let's get to John Thune, what he did to Scott Preschel the other day. Look, I experienced the same thing, as you know, in the Washington, D.C. GOP, right? Try to do the right thing, try to have meetings, try to get town hall meetings. They threw me out of the party. I had to run against them and beat them in a landslide and crush them to get back in. Got the same thing going on. But you look at John Thune, he's got nothing done. He won't do the recess. You can't get the judges in. He will not do anything for the SAVE Act, will not get rid of the parliamentarian, will not try to override the parliamentarian, will not go to the talking filibuster. And all he says is he throws up his arms and says, I don't have the votes, so I can't get there. And then you got President Trump saying, oh, he's a good leader and a good guy. It doesn't jive.
Well, John, I don't know if your viewers saw this, but last week, the state of South Dakota Republican Party actually censored their own U.S. Senator in John Thune. They passed a resolution to condemn him for his lack of leadership in the U.S. Senate. Think about that for a second. John Thune is the most senior Republican in the U.S. Senate. He's the leader of the party in the U.S. Senate. And from a state which is a very conservative state, his own state party passed a censure resolution because he can't get the Save America Act done. And you look at the converse of that. Mike Johnson, razor thin majority in the House, has passed it 3 times, said he will pass it again, and trying to put it on a piece of legislation which doesn't require 60 votes. I mean, what's so disappointing to me, John, is we continue to put these people in office and in positions of authority, and they just continually thumb our noses to us. Look, I think John Thune, who happens to be up for re-election, not this November, but 2 years from now, is very susceptible to a very serious Republican primary challenge. If you look at what's been going on in that state, the state is trending much more conservative. John has been in office now for a long time. He's been in the U.S. Senate for a long time. I think the American people will be looking at someone who has a proven history of winning an election in South Dakota to maybe challenge John Thune.
What do we do in the meantime for the SAVE Act?
Look, John, this is single-handedly the most important piece of legislation that the U.S. Senate can actually pass. That's a fact, and I don't say that lightly. This is something that has 70% support across the country. It's something that says, hey, if you have to prove that you are an American citizen to vote, it's the most basic principles. If you can't prove that, you shouldn't be voting. And so keeping pressure on these individuals, the only thing, unfortunately, elected officials understand is pain. When you go to their state and you campaign against them in their home territories. Listen, John Thune has recently been running, because he knows he's in trouble in South Dakota, ads saying how closely he is working with President Trump. We know that's not true. Unfortunately, the president has to work with this guy every single day. And so he has to go out and praise him. But look at what happened to John Cornyn, another guy who never supported Donald Trump, received a serious primary challenge in Ken Paxton. And what happens now? They're going to call him former Senator Cornyn, because the American people are tired of these individuals who say one thing and do something different. John Cornyn is a classic example. He's a John Thune acolyte. And I think, very honestly, if John Thune is challenged in a Republican primary in the state of South Dakota, he will either not run for re-election, even with the $16 million, or the grassroots are so fed up with him, he'll lose.
Corey Lewandowski with us here on the John Fredericks Media Network, trucking the truth across America. Corey, how do we get the SAVE Act passed before November?
Look, I think what the House is going to do is to put it on a budget reconciliation bill. If they are to do that, that will allow the Senate not to have the 60 vote threshold that they're required. So Speaker Johnson said he was going to do that. It will be the 4th time they pass this. I want to give kudos to people like Anna Paulina Luna, Congresswoman Anna Paulina Luna, who has fought for this SAVE Act, the Save America Act. The president has put all of his weight behind this. We also need a continued push from the White House. Very important to hold these individuals accountable. The president, as you know, John, will be in South Dakota on Friday for the Mount Rushmore fireworks. I was there with him the last time he was there. I think it would be a great opportunity for him to call out John Thune. And President Trump is not shy about calling people out, particularly in their state. So keep a close eye on that to see what happens this week when the president shows up in South Dakota.
All right, tell us. I think you might be onto something there, because I think he might be losing his patience. Let's get back to Mandami in New York. One thing that people are interested to know, let me put it mildly, is President Trump refuses to criticize Mandami. This guy's a communist. Calls him a nice guy, likes him. He hopes he does good for New York, says all the nice things. Janice Lewis George, who is going to get elected mayor here in Washington, D.C., worse than Mandami, is an out-and-out communist. Trump blasted her yesterday, right? As he should, because she's going to unravel all the great things here that he's done in my city where I now live. Why is he playing footsie with Mandami? You and I know him as well as anybody. I can't figure it out. What about you?
John, I've had the chance to have multiple conversations with President Trump, particularly as it related to Mandami, either when the mayor had a recent visit to the White House or he had some requests, particularly as it related to Columbia University and some of the students there that were protesting that were arrested. The president wanted to give him a fair chance. And it is, has been a community that the president lived in for 65 years before he moved his legal residence down to Florida. And he wants to see New York be successful for all the right reasons. But I also believe that the president knows that Mandami has reach amongst that socialist group of people. And he has been out campaigning. Look, Mondami fancies himself as the next generation of the Democrat regime. I think you will see a time in the near future where the president continues to hold him accountable because, John, we've heard a lot of talk, and I live this every day for a long time, that New York was going to support us in our ICE raids and going out and helping us arrest bad guys that give us access to the prisons so that we could be removing people who are in this country illegally in a safe environment. That's not happened. Hochul has not helped us. Mondami has not helped us. There's hundreds of thousands of people living in New York who are in this country illegally that we continue to have to go pick up with no support from the local police. As a matter of fact, as you know, NYPD won't even help us unless it's a felony warrant, which is very, very rare for us to get. So the American people are tired already of the Mondami tenure in New York City. And I think the president is going to have to come out soon and remind everybody that the largest city in America is being run by somebody who has a fundamentally different view and doesn't want to keep our community safe.
Well, let me ask you this. He said yesterday on the national news that he was going to defy the Supreme Court order. This is the law of the land. He was going to defy that order, denying continual temporary protective status to Haitians and Syrians. This is a Supreme Court ruling. It is now the law. He says as mayor, he's going to defy that. How do you do that and still have a country?
Well, John, let me tell you, if I was at the Department of Homeland Security, where I had the privilege to serve as a special government employee, I would pick up the telephone. I would call our ICE director, our CBP guys, and every other law enforcement agency that we have under our purview and say, now that the Supreme Court has spoken, you will go and you will immediately find these individuals, you'll put them on airplanes, and you'll remove them most ricky tick, not in 2 weeks, not in 2 months. I mean, today and tomorrow. And if anybody from the city of New York gets in your way, feel free to arrest them for impeding a law enforcement official.
I don't know how he can get away with this, which then brings me to a couple other topics here, because I know we're getting short on time. But you've outlined the deportation. I mean, these people came here illegally. They came under an 18-month, as you pointed out, temporary status. Now they're here permanently. They've not done anything to stay here. They've not done the paperwork. So they basically cheated the system. And now you want to get them out. You've got a mayor saying, not only am I not going to cooperate with you, but I'm going to defy the law and not let you take them. I don't know how you take this position as a mayor over a Supreme Court ruling in the United States. Then you have no country. Basically, it's chaos.
It's hyperbole, John. And the truth is, these individuals had somewhere between months and tens of years to apply for the legal path to citizenship. They chose not to do it. Their time is over. They must all leave immediately. The way temporary protective status works is you are given a 6-month window from the time it is terminated to the time you must be out of the country. That is how the system works. Under the Trump administration, they have removed TPS for a series of countries, and you have that window, but you must leave the country. There is no longer a path to sit here and say, I'm going to apply. You had that opportunity while you were in the country under temporary protective services for years, in most cases, in some of these cases, 18 or 20 years. You didn't apply. You must leave, full stop. And if you do not leave, we will come find you and we will deport you, full stop. That is how our immigration system works, John. Under the first year of the Trump administration, between self-deportations and people we picked up, 3 million people out of this country. Our country is safer because of it, okay? We are a nation of laws. You will either follow our laws or we will come find you and we will deport you. I'm a hardliner on deportation. I am proud that the border is closed. I'm proud that our men and women of the military are helping us, CBP, ICE, and all the other groups. But the answer is, if you came here illegally, do yourself a favor, self-deport, or we will come get you and you will never come back. It's very simple.
It's as simple as that. I mean, you're 100% correct there. We're on the same page there, no doubt about it. Let's get back to Washington, D.C. President Trump he can't have a press conference without mentioning what he's done for this city. Ann and I have been here for 18 months now. The transformation, Corey, in D.C., and I know you come here all the time. I mean, I've never even dreamed you could see the revitalization of an urban center the way this is done. I mean, it's clean, it's beautiful, it's safe.
Crime is down 35% across the board. Everything is better. You can go down the street. You can take your wife to dinner. You can ride the metro all hours of the night. When I first got here, I would not let Ann go on the metro without me. Now she rides it everywhere, and the buses. I can't remember the last time I took my car out in DC. We don't have to. All of these things he's done. The parks are beautiful. The fountains are running. The grass is cut. The garbage is gone. The graffiti is gone. He's fixing the bridges. Thing is beautiful. You got a communist mayor that says, I'm going to come in and unravel everything you did, go back to the way we were, get rid of all the National Guard. We're not going to cooperate with ICE. We're not going to do anything. We don't want police. It's insane. Is this now the time for the president to just get rid of home rule in Washington, D.C.?
John, the concern with that is that what happens when potentially the Democrats come in. That's my concern. Listen, what the president's been able to do from the top of the administration is to make a city that's safe and beautiful. Again, I came into Union Station last week on the train down from New York.
Isn't it gorgeous?
It's a more tense city, John. Right? There's nowhere bums and panhandlers sitting in there, sleeping inside the place. It was amazing. And you drive around the city in an Uber or in a taxi or whatever it may be, and you say, wow, it's clean again. It's safe. It wasn't that long ago, John. We had some young guys working for us with the Department of Homeland Security. Both of them within the same weekend were mugged a year and about 15 months ago. They were walking to their cars. One guy's got his car carjacked. The other guy got mugged and had his watch stolen by a bunch of hoodlums. And so what did President Trump do? He put the National Guards on the street. He has them walking around. Officer presence is, the first line of defense. Nobody robs a police station, John. Why? Because they know there's going to be consequences. And when you see the National Guard out on patrol every day, you feel safer, particularly coming into a big weekend like this. America 250, right? Families from all over the nation, all over the world are coming to Washington, D.C. to celebrate our great history. And finally, for the first time in probably 20 years, you can feel safe and secure and know that you're not going to be the victim of a crime because of what President Trump has done. And the beautification, yesterday, John, he was out walking around, looking at the trees, talking with Doug Burgum, the Secretary of Interior. What can we continue to do to make this country better? I've had the chance to travel all around the world and look at what some of these other countries do. You go to the Middle East, John. There's not a speck of dirt on the ground. Right? You go to Qatar or Bahrain or Dubai or some of these other places, and it's spotless. Their runways are gorgeous. You go to our facilities, and they're like third-rate countries until President Trump got there. And we're finally putting money back into our infrastructure, cleaning up our communities. Even in New York City, Donald Trump had the Columbus Circle fountain cleaned. Why? Because it is a showpiece. And that's what the American people deserve. And finally, under this president, he's taking pride back into our capital cities and our monuments and our history, and it's long overdue.
How do we win the midterms?
Very hard, John. Look, the Supreme Court ruling was helpful to us as it relates to the redistricting. Historically speaking, the midterm of a second-term president is very, very difficult. I think we've got some headwinds. I do think if we can resolve this issue in Iran and bring gas prices continue to come down, if we've got a gas price that's floating back around $2.75 a gallon by Labor Day, I think we've got a good fighting chance. I really do, John. But I do think that this president continues to face the headwinds of the mainstream media that doesn't want to talk about the scandals. On the other side, we've got reporters who want to write these salacious books based on hearsay and innuendo and conjecture that get on every single network and talk about how terrible Trump is doing. And on the other side, John, there's very few conservative outlets like yours and some of the influencers that get the same reach. And so I think we've got some headwinds in front of us. Can it be done? It can. I think Mike Johnson's done a very good job in the House. It's about candidate recruitment. We've seen Donald Trump's record, particularly in primaries, getting the right candidates through. Last week in South Carolina, Alan Wilson won that primary. I think he will be the next governor of South Carolina. And so, it's about finding the right candidates and getting them through, but it's about raising money. And look, Ken Paxton's going to win. All this conjecture about, oh my God, we've got a Democrat who's going to win. Jeff Flake just endorsed the Democrat in that state. No Democrat has won statewide since Ann Richards. That's a fact in the state of Texas. So let's stop pretending that Ken Paxton's in trouble just because he's not the darling of the moderate wing of the Republican Party. Ken Paxton's going to be the next U.S. Senator from Texas. I'm proud to have supported him from the beginning. And we have to find more candidates who are willing to go and stand up and be proud to be supporting the president's agenda. And those that do will be successful at the ballot box.
Maine.
Yeah, look, Susan Collins is a candidate that always comes back. Tough state. I know it very well. Spent a lot of time there. Her opponent is an absolute lunatic. What's amazing to me, John, is the lack of Democrats who are chastising him. The guy has a Nazi tattoo on his chest, and they said, well, he went through a difficult time in his life. What are you talking about? Can you imagine if that was a Republican or a conservative running, and they said, well, he went through a difficult time in his life, or he didn't know? This is insane. The text messages that have come out, he has said there are more to come out. But then you've got some of the left-wing Democrats up there campaigning for him. Where's Elizabeth Warren? Where are all those Democrats who went after Al Franken, who was forced to resign his seat from the state of Minnesota for something far less egregious than this? Where's Maggie Hassan, who's running for re-election in New Hampshire, and her position on this? It's amazing how they all just get a pass, John. They all get a pass and say, well, we don't want to comment on a different election. If that was a Republican candidate running, they'd be blowing that person up every single day and saying that he or she is unfit for office. And in this case, I would agree with them, which is very rare for me to do. But the Democrats get a pass on talking about a candidate who is so ill-prepared to be a United States Senator. I think Susan Collins is going to win. I think the people of Maine are going to make the right decision.
Can you guys win anything in New Hampshire?
Well, we'll win the governorship, obviously. Kelly Ayotte's a good candidate. We finally just changed our system here in New Hampshire, John. This late primary has been devastating for us. We've got the last primary in America, which is always in September, so it only gives the candidates 8 weeks from the time they become the nominee to the time of the election. There's a battle right now. President Trump has endorsed John E. Sununu, the former U.S. Senator, to run again. The state has changed dramatically. John, it's changed dramatically because people don't want to pay the income tax or the sales tax from Massachusetts. So they're fleeing that state and they're coming to our state, but they're bringing their values with us. So it's a problem. It's a true problem for us. I live right on the border of Massachusetts and New Hampshire. We've seen the massive influx of that type of thought process in my hometown where they want to vote for higher taxes. And look, we're a small community. People still bring their trash to the transfer station. We call it the dump. Those are the types of values that we want here in New Hampshire. But the people coming across the border from Massachusetts are bringing those values. So I think it's going to be very hard. Is it winnable? It's possible. Is it easy? Absolutely not.
But you think you can win with Sununu? You can win the Senate race, possibly.
I think it's going to be a battle. The problem is the candidate on the other side, Chris Pappas, has been a congressman for a number of years. He's a well-known Manchester family.
Right.
There's really nobody attacking him. The senatorial committee is looking around at races and they're prioritizing incumbents first and then open seats second, then challengers third. That's how they work. New Hampshire has an expensive media market because you have to buy the Boston area. And so, and look, the senatorial committee has to probably wait until the primary is over. And that's a late breaking process. So it's possible. I think John E. Sununu is not the conservative that I would want to see. But that said, John, you have to win in a state which is very difficult, and he's probably the best choice that we have.
Okay, we're almost out of time, but I got to go rapid fire here, and I got to change it to sports. I'm going to give you the name of the team. You give me the rundown. Red Sox.
We won 2 in a row. That's the best I can do for those guys.
Bruins.
We're going to do good. Bruins, big fan. Look, great. Love them.
The Celtics.
Celtics missed a big opportunity on a special trade. Could have really changed the team. I love Jaylen Brown, but could have really had a great offseason, missed an opportunity.
Patriots.
Look, I was at the game for the Super Bowl last year. These guys always find a way to win.
Yeah, well, they didn't win.
I know they didn't win, John, but they made it to the big game against all odds.
That's
right? They were the long shot. They made it there. It's a young team, which I like. I like the fact that, Mr. Kraft always finds a way to put a good team on the field.
What do you think of A.J. Brown coming back with Vrabel?
Yeah, look, you know what? Mike's had his offseason problems. I know what that's like. But at the end of the day, you got to put the best team and the best coaching team in place. And Mr. Kraft has always found a way to do that.
Okay, final one. My Astros.
Oh, boy. As long as you've got the core of that team, they're always going to be competitive. They've cost me a lot of money over the years betting against them, John, as you know.
Good answer. Corey Lewandowski, I want to thank you for being with us today, as always. And what role are you going to play in these midterms, Corey?
John, I've been very fortunate to help some selective candidates over the course of the last year. I want to be very, very selective to make sure that the right candidates are winning. And so for me, I won't have a big forward-facing operation like some of the other guys will, but there are a small group of candidates. I will make sure that we do our very best to get them elected very privately.
Were you happy with the outcome in Louisiana Saturday?
Look, I am. I know Congresswoman, now what I like to call Senator-elect, not yet, but soon to be, Julia Letlow. I think she's the right candidate. She had the Trump endorsement. She's very close to the governor there. And the fact that she won that runoff on Saturday was an important step to make sure that she's going to have a long, successful career in the U.S. Senate.
Corey Lewandowski, I want to thank you for your time and for being with us. This has been kind of rapid fire. It's been a great download of information from you. You answered every question, very, very enlightening. Corey, people want to follow you on social media. Where do they go?
You can go to X. It's @CLewandowski_. You can find me at X. I try to be very selective of what I post, so I won't inundate you, I promise. But good posts and knowledgeable, timely things.
Corey, my best to you and your family. I'll see you soon. We're going to come to New Hampshire after. I think you told me to come right after the primary's over, after the summer's over.
That's right, John. You come up in September. We're going to treat you like the king that you deserve, and we're going to make sure that we pull out all the stops for you and our Republican slate once we have that come September.
Corey Lewandowski, thank you for being with us.
Happy Fourth.
All right. John Fredericks Media Network. And we can't play any ads. So we've got some issues going on with that. But Corey's been great. That was a great segment. We've had a tough day here with all the stuff going on, Dan. So basically it's just Dan and I. We are going to run some clips though, Dan. I understand we can still do those, right?
We can, yeah. We're making it work. We're trying to turn lemons into lemonade here at JFMN this morning, but we're doing it. We're getting it done.
Let's go back on this communism thing. I'm going to go to let's go to cut 4. Here's Malat Kiro saying that we already have socialism. We need to extend it to housing and healthcare and nutrition. See, this all stems, folks, from COVID. People got things, young people got money for free. They lived in their basement or they lived with their mom. They got money and they ordered DoorDash and played games all day. And now all of a sudden they have to work and they have to go to an office. How bourgeois. They don't want to do that. They don't want to go to an office. They got their hands dirty. They just stay home and get money. They get stuff for free. Everything is for free, right? Let's go to more on the communists. Cut 4.
Denver's not New York, but Denver actually rates socialism higher than we rate capitalism by 4 points. And, when I talk to voters about what we're doing and why I'm a democratic socialist, I remind them that we have socialism already, right? It's in the roads that we drive on. It's in the schools we send our kids to. It's in the fire stations we call upon. I'm just asking that we extend that security to our healthcare, to our housing, to our nutritional food, to our higher education, so that we're actually meeting the basic needs of everyday working families in this country. So that we're not just getting by and surviving, so that we're actually thriving. And in the wealthiest, most powerful country on earth, we're not asking for much.
Isn't it amazing that all of these socialist communist candidates, like all of them, or the vast majority of them, except like a Plattner, they're all foreigners. Don't you find that odd? Like you look at the ones that look at Madami and the ones at New York, they're all of foreign descent. Don't you find that odd? I do. I find that odd. They're all of foreign descent. They all want communism. They're all not, multi-generation Americans. The color of their skin is Doesn't matter. They're all foreign names. They're all foreigners. No real vested interest in this nation, in my opinion. Okay. She's going to win as the communist onslaught on the Democratic Party moves on, which is, to me, hilarious. But let's get to 7. Here's Mandami talking about, can't even see her name, Daralesia Avilia Chevalier agenda, which is a communist agenda. He calls it the politics of life. It's all about life. It's all about getting things for free, and it's all free, and it's all a commune, and to each his ability, to each his need, and we're all going to work together, and we're going to give free stuff to everybody, and free buses, and free subways, and free meals, and free healthcare, and everything is free. No, there's no reason to work. You can take that money from Elon and these guys, Bezos. Just take their money. They got plenty of it. They can spare it. How'd they get all that money? We don't. Yeah, we don't like to work. Work is, I don't know, it's like, who does that? Do people do that now? Cut 7.
Hasn't reached enough people.
Now, there's been a lot of attention. One of the candidates you supported who won, who knocked off an incumbent Democrat, is Daralisa Vila Chevalier. She said some very controversial things, including calling for the abolition of prisons, couldn't say whether or not somebody who had committed murder should be in prison, called for open borders, against all deportations, including those of violent criminals. Are those positions that the Democratic Party could win on nationally?
I think what the Democratic Party can win on nationally is a focus on working people. And I think that what I saw from Daralisa when I would walk the streets of her district was a focus on what she describes as a politics of life. She would talk.
The politics of life. See, this is what the young people are buying. We don't need Trump. We don't need this, we just politics of life. Give me stuff. Give me stuff. And specifically, give me stuff of somebody else that has all the stuff and I don't have any stuff. Give me their stuff. You think this isn't real? We taught it in the schools, and now the rooster has come home to roost. That's basically it. 8, let's go to Mandami again.
Just to do the basics.
But how does abolishing prisons or having open borders fit into that? I mean, do you see how those are ideas that a lot of your Democrats that are warning about what happened here say are toxic. Most of America won't go along with it. Are bad ideas. They're dangerous ideas.
I think what the focus of her race was, what the focus of her candidacy was about the struggle that working people are facing. And I think that we can have disagreements on policy positions. What we have to agree on is what are we fighting for and who are we fighting for? She showed that in her race, and I think that many people will come to appreciate that in her leadership to come.
So we can disagree on something as basic as whether or not there should be prisons?
That's
not your position.
There are prisons, yes. And what we're also showing in this city is that safety is not something that's up for debate. It's something that we're actually delivering on. And I'm proud to be the mayor of a city that currently has the lowest recorded number of murders and shootings in recorded history.
Yeah, because you're making up the numbers. Okay, come on. I mean, all right. Now he wants to do away with prisons, right? So he doesn't want any prisons. I just grasp this. No prisons, no cops, no prisons. And crime is just not going to be there because people are inherently good. Just give them stuff, and they don't see if they don't need to rob you. They don't need to do anything. They just give them stuff, so they have all everything they need, and then there's no crime. 10, no prisons, Mandami. Unbelievable.
Thank you. Are prisons obsolete?
Whew, coming through with the quotes, coming through with the titles of the books. I have to read that, actually. I haven't read that as yet. But I think that, frankly, what purpose do they serve? Right? I think we have to ask ourselves that, which is that, I think a lot of people who defend the carceral state, they defend the idea of it and the way it makes them feel.
What purpose do they serve? What purpose do prisons serve? What purpose do cops serve? What purpose do prisons serve? What purpose do prisons serve? Like keeping criminals off the street? Is that the purpose they serve? Unbelievable. I mean, this is the movement in this country. So here he is again. This is going to be my final Mandami clip here. Here's 11. He said, for too long, socialism can only be found in history books. We need to bring it back to the present day. So even though every socialist communist country has failed its people economically since Karl Marx instituted the concept, even though it's over 100, and it ends up in famine, death, despots, killings, murders, prisons, he wants to bring it back. 10, roll it, 11.
To say beyond that. And what these candidates offer is a vision that extends beyond the midterms, it extends beyond 2028. It speaks to what makes so many of us proud to be Democrats. It speaks to a vision that goes back to a New Deal understanding of what working people deserve. And I'll tell you that for too long, that kind of politics, you can only find it in history books, and we need to bring it back to the present day.
Here we are. I mean, I've been telling you this and telling you this and telling you this, and the fake news is going to ride this guy. The fake news is going to keep telling you how great he is. And it doesn't help, quite frankly, that President Trump is playing footsie with him and saying, oh, he's a nice guy and, you know, I wish him the best. The guy's a communist trying to destroy your country, right? You came out strong against Janice Lewis George. This guy's a communist trying to ruin your country. It should be the same. But right now it is not. Let's get to Brandon Gill. We're going to go to cut 12 here. Here's Brandon Gill talking about birthright citizenship, representative from Texas, and about the Chinese national who flies into the U.S. for just the purpose of having an anchor baby and then flies back. Cut 12. Take a look.
I think that's exactly right. If you ask most Americans, do you believe that an illegal alien who traverses across South America, passes through multiple countries, shows up at our southern border, crosses over, and has a child, if that child should be an American citizen just like anybody else in our country, I think most people would say no. If you ask them, do you believe that a Chinese national who flies into the United States for the sole purpose of having a child, if that child should be an American citizen, most people would say no. And I hope that the Supreme Court recognizes that. You know, for most of American history, we've always recognized that there are certain people who don't fall under that category of citizens. For instance, the children of an invading army, the children of a Native American tribe that maintains tribal relationships. The children of diplomats, for instance, have not been considered American citizens or have not been given American citizenship simply because they're born here. And I think that the same logic applies to the children of illegal aliens who never should have been in our country to begin with.
Congressman Kevin Corke here. I'm glad you mentioned what has been happening for quite.
It's unbelievable. You know, you saw that poll a little bit earlier, how the country shifted. Like 10 years ago, the majority of Americans thought that birthright citizenship shouldn't be just automatic. Now they do, by a wide margin, 2-1. The country has shifted. And this is why you have to take this communist uprising very seriously, because the country has shifted. And the reaction to ICE removing people here illegally from average Americans, buttressed by the fake news, has been another shocking thing. Like, do you want the country overrun by illegals that take everything you have and then vote illegally? Evidently, there's a portion of this country that does. And this is very scary. We are in the battle. This is an epic battle of our lifetime. This is communism versus MAGA, and there's no middle. Fetterman can go around there and say the nice things about us or whatever he's doing, and thank you for helping with the state fair. When his primary comes up in 28, John Fetterman will get 20% of the vote. The Democrats will beat him 80-20, and he is not going to be a Republican because he votes with them 85% of the time. So he's done. He's gone. Enjoy it while you can. These people are bat crap crazy, and the only people that can stop them is us in MAGA. It's us or them. Deal with it. John Fredericks Media Network. No news, no ads. We got some issues going on in the studio. So we'll play some music and be right back with Pennsylvania Posse.
Sunrise paints the fruited plains around the grill. My family's here, reflected in my grandchild's face. Another year, another grace. We gathered round the old oak tree. My heart swells for what we're meant to be. And as the flag waves strong and free, I whisper thanks to dear liberty. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old. I remember Sundays, pew by pew, my own kids growing strong and new. We'd sing the hymns, then talk of right, of justice shining ever bright. And later on, at summer's close, the crack of bats where heroes rose, we cheered at games beneath the sky, remembering those who sacrificed. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old. We drove the roads across your might, majestic mountains pure and white. My children saw the ocean wide with wonder shining in their stride. Now grandkids run where we once played, a sacred trust that won't be swayed. And every 4th the fireworks fly, a tribute reaching to the sky. Oh, liberty, land of the brave and true, blessed by God in all we do, from golden shores to mountains grand. The greatest blessing in this land, we raise our voices clear and bold, a story that will not grow old. By God's own grace I saw your dawn. Oh, majesty, my life was drawn. My full devotion I now lay, each precious freedom come what may. My heart belongs, my soul sincere, to you, sweet liberty, year after year.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the social.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who always says to lace them up and lace them tight, John Fredericks.
Well, you're on the John Fredericks Media Network, and I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming live from Washington, D.C. Great to have you with us. Got some technical problems today going on in Richmond, so thanks for your patience. And as we work through these, not sure exactly what happened. We're trying to get to the bottom of it, but we will. But it's good to have you. Got Pennsylvania Posse coming up. Talk about lace them up and lace them tight. Now's the time to do it with the posse coming up. Well, we're going to start with Governor Shapiro saying no to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania participating in the America's 250th birthday state fair, literally 2 blocks from where I live. I can see it out my window, but no, they can't participate because, well, Shapiro has Trump derangement syndrome. He's running for president, and he wants to appeal to the whack job set of his party that's snubbing the state fair at the expense of everybody to see what Pennsylvania has to offer because he doesn't like President Trump. As if he has anything to do with this. But, well, we got an alternative, and we're going to be talking about that with the Pennsylvania Posse coming up right here. First, this segment brought to you by Godzilla Wins. That's right. Go to GodzillaWins.com, GodzillaWins.com. Let's talk more winners on GodzillaWins.com. Had a good day yesterday, won 4 to 5 MLB games. And of course, our sponsor on Godzilla Wins. Want to thank our sponsor, which is Skill Games and Pace-O-Matic. Thank you for that. Every day I get my picks up about 4 o'clock. Not exactly, but I'm trying to do better. Between about 3:45 and 4:15, I normally get them up when I have some time to go over my baseball picks of the day. 4 out of 5 winners yesterday. Missed 1 game. Shouldn't have lost that game. Should have been 5 out of 5, but 4 out of 5 is not bad. We can keep that streak up. We're going good. Just go to GodzillaWins.com, GodzillaWins.com, and don't forget the Big Godzilla Wins show every Saturday, 9 to 11 a.m. on Saturday. Not this Saturday, though. We'll be running something else in that time slot. It is July 4th weekend. Also, offices closed on July 3rd, so there'll be best ofs there. Also, I want to go right through all my announcements again. I'm over with programming changes coming to the network on August 17th. Wendy Bell Live, our new show, Wendy Bell Live, will be on the John Fredericks Media Network, across the network, all stations, all apps, everything. Wendy Bell Live, and that is going to be from 10 a.m. to noon, Monday to Friday, starting on Monday, August 17th. Wendy Bell Live, you either love her or you like her, but she'll get a reaction from you. Quite the opposite of me. Very different style. Wendy Bell Live, 10 to noon, gets through the midterm starting on August 17th. Michael Patrick Leahy was right now in that time slot. MPL going to 3 to 5 p.m. across our network, where he'll be shifting to the afternoon. Meantime, Del Walmsley, who has been in that slot forever, is retiring from the radio. So no more Del. Love you, Del, but he's on to retiring. Doesn't want to do any more radio after August. So Del's retiring. So we're going to move Michael Patrick Leahy there. Also coming online, WAKM AM 950. We're about to get that deal wrapped up in East. I guess that's Nashville. That'll be our second station in Nashville, pairing that with WENO AM 740 as we expand in Tennessee. And running there along with our network will be the Tennessee Volunteers football, Tennessee Volunteers baseball and basketball. So we'll be running all the Volunteers games
starting in September when their season starts. And we'll also be running the Tennessee Titans on our 2 Nashville stations. So we got that. Steelers everywhere else, except obviously Nashville. We're going to run the Titans, as sorry as an outfit as they are. 888-480-JOHN. You want to weigh in with the posse, 888-480-5646. Let's introduce our Pennsylvania posse now, backed by popular demand. We've got Mike Barley. Mike, long-time GOP consultant and activist in Pennsylvania. Mike, thanks for joining us. Like your kind of ensemble you got going on there, the hoodie with the jacket, that's definitely state fair material. Also with us, Scott Barger, Pennsylvania House of Representatives, District 80, and our resident Freedom Caucus member, even though I don't know if he is one or not, but he is, and that's Senator Jared Coleman, Pennsylvania State Senate District 16. I guess that's it, right? That's our panel for today. We tried to get Dave McCormick on. He wants to join you guys. Couldn't make it today. We'll have him on later in the week, but he's going to be back. But guys, a lot to talk about. Let's start with Dave McCormick. Let's start with McCormick and Fetterman working together to basically bring us the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania to the state fair, all with private funding, no taxpayer dollars. Shapiro wouldn't do it. I'm still trying to figure this one out. Like, what does President Trump have to do with celebrating our 250-year anniversary and participating in the state fair? Like, what is wrong with this guy? Super Trump derangement syndrome. Let's start with Senator Coleman. I mean, were you flabbergasted by his decision, Coleman?
No, John, unfortunately, this is just, par for the course. But remember, this is the same guy that spent millions of dollars to have greenside hospitality tents at the U.S. Open in Pennsylvania, throwing tax dollars at the golf tournaments and whatnot in the state to give him access and his lobbyists access to him. It's really disturbing, a shame, really, to do that. And glad to see that Senator Fetterman and McCormick coming together there, although I still laugh at, Senator Fetterman. I still remember, everyone knows what's really under the covers there, but, at least they're doing the right thing on this issue and they're working together here. But what a joke. And that's the whole thing with Trump derangement syndrome is you just can't even see, like, there's no logic, right? Trump could find the $6 billion shortfall structural deficit magic bullet here in Pennsylvania, and the governor would still have a problem with it, right? Like, at the end of the day, that's just crazy is on full display here. But it's good to see the two of them coming together to making sure the booth is represented at the World Fair down there.
I mean, Mike, you're very active in candidates here and politics. I mean, it's our 250th birthday. It's at the National Mall. It's beautiful. The city is gorgeous. We want you to come. We want you to visit. Every state should be represented. And Pennsylvania, I mean, Pennsylvania was right there when you look at the birth of the nation, the revolution, the signing of the Declaration of Independence, the writing of it, the Constitution Congress. Pennsylvania was right in the middle of it. So was Philadelphia. Why would you choose not to participate in your country's birthday? I mean, it's unbelievable to me.
Yeah, I don't even, look, I'm one in my career, you see politics and everything. This one really isn't political. I mean, this is just common sense. To your point, if you're doing a 250th anniversary of our nation, you would probably start with Pennsylvania. And I'm biased, but I think just looking at history, that'd be a good place to start, right? Look, I commend the two U.S. senators for coming together and writing something that should never have been wronged. And I know there's a lot of companies that are stepped up. I'm fortunate to work for one that has agreed to step up and help with some of that too, because it's just there's a ton of people that are going to be going through the nation's capital, as John, the next couple days here, and to have Pennsylvania not represented, that's wrong. And I'm glad that they came together and fixed this. To the senator's point, listen, Senator Fetterman is not right on a lot of issues, but I think he's right here again on working to right something that's wrong. And I think it kind of also shows a little, if you want to inject politics, it shows that division that him and Governor Shapiro have again.
But Mike, he has no future. His renomination is up in 2028. They will run a communist against him. He will get 25% of the vote. He'll lose 75 to 25 in that primary, and he has no real place in the Republican Party because, he votes with the Democrats 85% of the time. So he's not going to be the Republican nominee. We would never back the guy ever. And if we did, I'd be opposed to it. Not that I mind some of the things he's doing now, but I'd rather have a real Republican. And then he says he's going to run as an independent, which almost guarantees a Republican victory. How's that play out, Mike Barley?
I'm still in the camp that he's probably not going to run again, but we'll see how this runs. Look, I'm not close to the senator. In fact, when I knew the senator, he was running for lieutenant governor or running, in one of those. He ran a couple times for different offices, but and he was a different. I think, admittedly, he was a different John Fetterman. I'm not sure he loves being in the U.S. Senate. I'm not sure he loves everything that's happened. I'd just be shocked if he runs again, period. I think he's going to be happy to be done. He doesn't have a home in his party.
No, doesn't have a home.
I mean,
if the nominating primary was in 26, he'd get beat 80 to 20 or 75, 25. Like, he has no place there. They hate him.
Yeah, but John, there's also something to be said, in politics, right? Like, you have, as a lawmaker, a politician, if you are consistent with what you believe in, and maybe he doesn't care about where he fits in within his party, maybe he's trying to do what he believes is the right thing. There is something to be said about politicians that try to stay rooted in their beliefs and their principles. It's like getting up every morning and looking at yourself in the mirror and saying, I know who this person is. We've seen so many politicians where they promise one thing before they get elected and they get there and they start going astray. And every morning, I think they look in the mirror and they look more and more like a clown, a little bit more lipstick, a little more makeup on, and they don't even recognize themselves, right? And that's a bad place. So maybe he's just over the party politics. Maybe, I don't know. But there could be that too. And he's just doing what he thinks is right. I'm not sure. But there is something to be said about that.
What do you make of this whole thing, Scott Barger?
Well, first of all, I think to the Shapiro thing in D.C., that to me, it's revealing. It's revealing in the same way that him stealing his neighbor's land to build a security fence on taxpayer dollars. It tells you about the kind of person that he is, right? By their fruits, you will know them. I've heard that somewhere once before, and I think this shows the kind of person that Shapiro is. Participating in this event in D.C. helps Pennsylvania, right? But we all know that Shapiro's platform, the Democrat platform, is we hate Trump, right? So you can't give Trump any credit at all if your whole platform is we hate Trump. So to me, Shapiro has shown that in order to demonstrate that he hates Trump, he will hurt Pennsylvania. There's no question about it, right? He opted out of something that would be good for the state, good for the country, in order to score some political points. And that reveals to me everything I need to know about His Excellency, Governor Shapiro. With Fetterman, we're going to wait and see. I have no idea. It looks to me like that the Democrat Party is in the middle of a civil war and the crazy communists are winning.
I don't think there's any question about it. Scott Barger with us. Scott, I mean, if you look at the way the Democrats are winning these races, I mean, they're incredible. And now it's going to Colorado. I'm going to predict right now that the communist is going to win that House seat primary in Colorado. So now it's going west. She's going to win that. It's not even going to be close. Right now, you wouldn't imagine this a month ago. Hickenlooper, who was former governor, mayor of Denver, two-term senator, he's been there forever. He's 80, name ID 100%, right? Name ID is higher than the Rockies, right? He's got the highest name ID. He had a 30-point lead a month ago. Somebody called me last night, one of my friends in Colorado, but just before I went to bed, and said, dude, you're not going to believe this. I just got a poll. This thing's tied. Hickenlooper's going to lose to a communist running for Senate in Denver, Colorado. What is going on here, folks?
I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I never thought the following words would come out of my mouth, but here they go. Boy, give me a Bill Clinton over what we're seeing in the Democrat Party today, right? Gone are the days of the blue dog Democrat that cared about entitlement programs and good paying labor union jobs. Those days are gone. Replaced is this. And what this is, to me, is as confounding as it is concerning.
Insane.
When we look at what they propose to do and what they're doing. Look at this rent freeze stuff going on in New York City. What do you think what people they think that they scored a victory for the housing shortage in New York City? In reality, they guaranteed to make it worse, and they do not understand this. I've said this on the House floor. I'll say it here now. This is just my version of a Thomas Sowell quote. The progressive left doesn't understand where wealth comes from. They just know that they want to use it for something else. And that's what we're seeing everywhere. They don't understand the way this stuff works. They apparently don't understand history, right? They don't know, at least they pretend not to know, where this all leads.
Well, you know what, Scott? I'm gonna beg to differ here. I think Madami knows exactly what he's doing, because before he did the rent freeze, guys, and all way in here, he stacked the New York Housing Authority with comrades. He stacked them all with communists, right? So before he did this rent freeze, he basically said, if a landlord is not fixing or repairing the property in a way that we deem appropriate, no metric, we deem appropriate, then according to our housing authority now, we're going to be able to confiscate that property, take it from them, give them what we deem is a fair price, turn it over to an NGO, and they're going to run it. It's going to become government-run housing units. That's what they put in place ahead of time. Now they do the rent freeze, so what's going to happen? Well, nobody can make any of the repairs because they don't have the money, so nobody's going to lose money on it. So then they're going to simply confiscate your property, which is the whole communist plan. So I beg to
well, I hope you're wrong. I hope you're wrong, but because I don't know which is worse, that they understand and do it anyway or don't understand. I don't know which is worse, but you and I both know what the end result of these shenanigans are.
Disaster, riots, bombs, Molotov cocktails. When they run out of money, and it's coming, because Hochul can't bail them out forever. Right now, she had to bail them out because she's petrified of getting She was petrified of getting primaried. So she bailed him out. Everybody's afraid of the guy. I've never seen anything like this. The movement's real. We got to wake up and smell the coffee, because, I mean, it's coming to Pennsylvania. You saw it in Philadelphia. I mean, it's coming.
It's already, I think, in a way, it's already there. And I think it's already started. We're already seeing discussions on the rent caps. We're already seeing those discussions, though, in other in other forms right now. We're seeing limitations on what a property owner can charge, folks that are renting. And so I think that discussion's already made its way into Pennsylvania. Maybe what needs to happen. Now, I don't think obviously, I pray that no Republicans would go for, communism. I think we've understood how the dangers of that. But maybe for those blue dog Democrats, I mean, maybe we have to show them what guys like JFK said about that. Maybe we need to just put those reels on repeat and just lay it into the 20, 30, 40% of them that still have somewhat of a, functioning brain on this topic. And just we don't need to be ones telling them. Look at people they respected back through the party, maybe with JFK, for example, on what he said about communism. And maybe we can save it by doing that, because to Scott's point, I mean, I can't believe that either of those things could be possible.
Insane what is going on. All right, guys, I want to get to our senator. He was supposed to be on today, couldn't make it. Dave McCormick, get a couple of his sound bites here. I want to get you guys' reaction to him. Look, I backed Oz in the, everybody knows this. I was the biggest Oz backer in the country when he ran for Senate. I was instrumental, I could say it myself, in getting the president to back him along with Melania. And, it didn't work out. And McCormick and Jeff Rowe spent $40 million in negative ads. Oz never recovered from that, which is why I'm now in favor of ranked choice voting in Republican primaries. That race was so distasteful to me. But I've since made up with Dave. I endorsed him when he ran, and I think he's done a pretty good job. So I like Dave now. And, you got to turn the page, right? You just got to turn the page, move on. I think he's a good senator. Here's Dave yesterday said it was never expected that the memorandum of understanding would be clean and simple. I want to get you guys' reaction to Senator McCormick, cut 5.
We got to start with sort of setting the stage. President Trump did something that no other president has done in 47 years, which is go into Iran and take back their nuclear weapons program and really confront the worst sponsor of state terror, the country that's killed more Americans. Our military did a fantastic job of eliminating much of its military capability. And that and the blockade got us to this point for the MOU. We never expected the MOU to be without some bumps. And what the president's made it very clear. What we need to have is the elimination of the nuclear program, the turnover of the enriched uranium, a wide open Strait of Hormuz. And if the Iranians embrace that path, there's going to be a great agreement that can ultimately bring prosperity to Iran. If they don't, the president's made clear he's going to use military force to achieve those objectives. We'll have to see. It's confusing, the fog of war, because there's lots of different groups in Iran. The communication's unclear. But the president's made clear it's tit for tat. If they're going to impose violence and weaponry on the Strait, that they're going to get hit back, and they're going to get hit back hard. So hopefully cooler minds will prevail in Iran, and we'll be able to proceed through the MOU and achieve the objectives the president's made so clear.
Okay, reaction, Scott.
Look, I was one of those Republicans who did not want to see us go into Iran. I was concerned about it. I remember, I during the Trump campaign, I was very much pleased to hear kind of this a louder voice in the Republican Party to be careful how you go to war, right? Because we've seen the disastrous consequences of ill-planned military conflict. So we went into Iran. I wasn't thrilled. I was very nervous about it. Didn't think it was the right call, but I'm not the president, right? I'm not the president. That's above my pay grade. So then we're in Iran, and what I'm asking then is show me the win, and then get out. And it looks like this is what the president is doing. If we're going to be there, then let's win, and then let's get out. And let's define what a win looks like so we're not dragging our feet in the Middle East for 10 or 15 years. If I had a vote, I don't know that I would cast that vote to go into Iran. That vote belongs to the president of the United States. He decided to go in. Now he needs to articulate the win, which is what I think he's doing.
Scott, thank you for that. That was pretty candid analysis, and I appreciate you sharing where you were at the beginning. Senator Coleman.
I agree with Scott on that. I don't really know the intent of the MOU, and I don't really know all those conversations. I think a lot, Dave McCormick clearly is getting a better grip on this whole situation. But I think Scott, summarizes a lot of, how I feel as well on that. It was really good.
Mike Barley.
Yeah, I too agree with Scott. At the end of the day, I do think the president is working to define this victory, right? The issue you have is you're working with a party that I'm not sure you can ever trust. So you're going to have to constantly, I think we saw it over the weekend, right? They're going to cross the line, and then you got to hit them back. And then I think you hope that they reach a point that we're able to work through some of this to at least have we're never going to be best friends. I don't think we can ever trust them, but hopefully the Strait opens. We can they can go back. And what's sad is I do think the Iranian people were at a point where they were rising up. I also think the Iranian government killed them all, and I think that's pretty well demonstrated, or at least sent the message to the others: don't come up and try this again. And again, I mean, there's so many lessons with Iran, the importance of our Second Amendment rights. There's so many other things that are highlighted with that awful regime that is in place. And again, I'm just hopeful. I'm thankful that there's no troops on the ground. I think everyone believes that's a line that should not be crossed. And I do believe the president, to Scott's earlier point, is trying to define the victory, win, and then we need to get out.
How would you guys rate Senator Dave McCormick after 18 months? Start with Jared.
Well, I mean, going back to I think the first thing you talk about Dave McCormick was what the first go there with Oz and whatnot, and that was just such a cluster. I mean, I remember Oz coming to town with the Jersey plates on his car, and like, there's one thing about New Jersey is like they're the ugliest license plates. There's bright yellow, and there's not one, there's two. There's one on the front and the back, and so it's just like this was just a self-defeating from the beginning. But Dave's been good. He's been a strong supporter of the president, and so I think he's trying to bring a lot of people together. So he's passing.
Scott, how would you rate him?
He has exceeded my expectations, and they were high in my estimation. Given the state of Pennsylvania, right? We need a Republican like Dave McCormick, and I think he's going to be instrumental moving forward. As we've talked about this before, John, the what's next in the Republican Party here, not just in Pennsylvania, but across the country, as we move into the world after Trump. What is it that we believe? What are our core values that we are going to propose to the American people? What are the solutions that we are proposing for the problems? Dave McCormick is going to be part of that conversation moving forward. I think he's shown that he can reach across the aisle, which is important. I don't know that I could do that. But Dave can, and it's important in a state like Pennsylvania that we have a senator who's able to do that. He's able to see both sides of it. So I think he's done a great job.
I'm going to get to Mike in a minute. I'll weigh in. I love Dave. I think he's done a great job. He's exceeded all my expectations. And I come from somebody that was a fierce opponent of his on the Oz campaign. I was not very nice to him on the air. I called him China Dave and things of that nature. I was just not nice. And I was an Oz guy from day one. And I was very upset at the $40 million that Jeff Rowe and him dumped on Oz's head and defined him. And we could never really get past that. But once, it was over, I turned the page, and I have to say this. I texted Dina and I texted Dave and called him up, and I was mean to them on the air, no doubt about it. I mean, I did a bus tour for Oz for 2 weeks, guys. I mean, this was a nasty campaign, and I didn't like the way they operated. But I reached out to them, and to both their credit, they both took my call. They invited me to their farm. Ann and I, we had conversations. And right there, I found that the guy had a tremendous amount of grace, that he was able to turn the page from a very difficult, very negative campaign in which he lost, right? And so just from that, I was very impressed with him. I backed him immediately and campaigned hard for him. And I think he's been an extraordinary senator of Pennsylvania. And I think he's going to continue to do great things. He doesn't jump up and down. You're not going to see him on Fox every 15 minutes like, James Comer. He's quieter, works behind the scenes, tries to get things done. That's what my estimation of it is. But whenever we need him, he's there. Do you have a opinion on him, Mike Barley?
Yeah, look, I echo what you said. I mean, I think you've seen him be able to build relationships and work around with folks that, out of that primary in particular, I was definitely more on the Oz side of that as well, John. And I feel fortunate that we have both of them in Washington right now. It's actually, I think, sometimes stuff just kind of works the way it's going to work, and the big guy has an idea how this is going to play out. And I think we're lucky they're both in the roles they're in. But look, I think you look at the relationship that Dave has with the president, and as you know, that the president, I think, admittedly, has said he said some bad things about Dave in that that primary, and they've been able to work together. And again, I think for us in Pennsylvania, it's been a long time since we've had a really fierce conservative voice in Pennsylvania, and it's good to see Dave bringing that to Pennsylvania. It's needed. I hope we can find him a Republican colleague in a couple of years, because I think that would make it even better. But I'm very happy with the job Dave's doing. I think he's exceeded my expectations.
I concur.
Hey, John, and the other thing is, I think to Scott's point about him being able to reach across the aisle, right? Like leadership, when we talk about it in aviation, but like leadership is something that some people say, well, you're a leader by de facto when you get the title. That makes you a leader. Is it your actions? But I think in some people, it's not just your title doesn't make you a leader. It's what you do with the title. And so for him to be able to reach like a great example would be just look at the governor and look at Dave, compare the two, right? The governor, Dave will invite the governor places, even when it's his party, he'll invite the governor there to have a part. That's being a leader. Oftentimes at the governor's events, you don't see them inviting him, inviting lots of Republicans. In fact, often Republicans will be kept out of his announcements in their towns until like an hour before he shows up. And that's just that. Don't ask me, ask everyone else. An hour heads up before the governor shows up. Hey, we're going to be here. He'll do it to everyone just to make sure that he gets the spotlight there about, him. And Dave's never really made it about him. It's about, and that's really a leader. So you can see it. No one needs to tell you who the leader is here. And that's something that I appreciate, because when you're in the power of position like that, and he goes to an event and he invites the governor or someone from the other party, he could care less. He's not trying to prove a point. And with the governor, it's just been the opposite, which the only, Pennsylvanians are the ones that lose when that happens. Example, the fair.
Mm-hmm. And I just add too, I mean, the guy's everywhere. I just saw he was in Pottsville for the Schuylkill County 250th parade. When you're Republican and you represent a state as diverse as Pennsylvania, you really have to campaign in every county. Democrats kind of have it easy. They kind of campaign in the big cities and the strongholds that they have their voters in. When you're a Republican and you're running statewide, or you're a statewide elected official, you have 67 counties, and you got to be there in every single one. And he's doing that. And, it's a lot of work. I think sometimes you forget about it, but Saturdays, Sundays, Fridays, he's there.
Yeah. And remember too, he's got a family, he's got daughters, and he's got, he's married Dina. He's got a family thing going on, but you're right. I mean, I've been very impressed with Dave, happy that we got back together and I backed him. And again, it's not easy to show grace when you're especially when you're lost, right? It's just not easy. And so he did that to me and Ann. Not that Ann had anything to do with it, but she was, by association, if you will. Okay.
And John and Oz has not been sitting in the back either. He's been doing a great job.
No, Oz is
broad as well. You know what I mean?
Oz is the best.
He's on the ball as well. So it's really worked out great for both of them.
Oz is one of the top cabinet members there. He's very loyal. He's incredibly smart. He's done a tremendous job with his fraud. He's on my show. Obviously, we're friends. He's on my show all the time. So I think Mehmet Oz is going to go down in history. Mark my words. Let's get to one more McCormick clip. Let's get to 6 here. Said that it's incredibly frustrating that Democrats have been obstructionist in passing the SAVE Act. Number 6, take a look. Or not.
All right, Senator, let's come back a little closer to Capitol Hill. The filibuster has been around for 200 years, although admittedly it's been altered. Are you convinced that Democrats would honor the rule if and when they're in the majority? Because I know that's the president's fear, is that the moment they take the Senate, whenever that is, they'll change the rules. So that's why there's pressure on Republicans now to do it.
Well, when I was campaigning, I campaigned against eliminating the filibuster. The Democrats were saying they would make Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C. states 4 new Senate seats that would be Democrat, packing the Supreme Court. Now that I'm in the Senate, I'd have to acknowledge it is incredibly frustrating that the Democrats have been such obstructionists. And they've been that in a number of ways, paying our Border Patrol, paying our military. They're willing to shut down the government. It's really been outrageous. And the Save America Act's another example of that, where we've got to keep the pressure. It's so frustrating that a body of 100 can't get 60 to vote for something that's 80-20. in terms of the electorate. And no one feels this more strongly than me. I lost an election by 900 votes. I won an election by 15,000 votes out of 7 million. No one can tell me that every single vote isn't absolutely critical. So my view on this is there's not votes to eliminate the filibuster. I'm pretty confident in that. But there is a potential path on the Save America Act. We need to keep the focus on the Democrats, make them defend the indefensible. We need to look for ways, mechanisms, possibly reconciliation to get all or parts of the Save America Act passed. And we need to stay on offense all the time. This is something that everybody I see in Pennsylvania wants. It shouldn't be a partisan issue. And we've got to get people to have confidence in our elections again. So that's why I've been pushing so hard on it.
All right, Scott, we'll lead you off again. Reaction to that, Scott. Scott Parker. Representing Scott Parker, sorry.
No, it's okay. You can call me anything you want. Just don't call me late for dinner. Look, it is frustrating that the Democrats are being obstructionists, but I think ending the filibuster would be a disaster. I think it's there for a reason, and it served us well. Remember, I don't know that it's a good thing that Congress passes bills easily or more easily. Is that better for the American people, or should it be a fight? I would argue that it should be a fight. And so I would support keeping that filibuster in place. And then Senator McCormick's exactly right. Put the pressure on the Democrats to explain why they don't want to do something that 80% of Americans, regardless of ethnicity, regardless of party affiliation, 80% of Americans want to see this happen. Why are they against 80% of Americans? That needs to be the conversation. Don't let them off the hook, but don't destroy the filibuster.
But Scott, do you doubt that if the Democrats got control of the Senate, they blow up the filibuster in 20 minutes?
I have no confidence that the Democrat Party would ever do what's in the best interest of this country. So yeah, that's a real fear, but I think we need to do it the right way.
Well, they almost did it the last time they had control. Only two senators stopped it, Manchin and Sinema. Neither of them are there. In fact, they've been replaced with more radicals. And all of their Senate candidates now, if they were to win, are bat crap crazy communists. So this idea that the leaders of the Democrats in the Senate would keep the filibuster, I don't think, Scott, they keep that for 10 minutes. Jared Coleman.
Yeah, I mean, look, two ways on it. Like, I also agree that we shouldn't end it, right? Like I do agree, but maybe we should just end it, do what we got to do, and then put it back in. Just to shut the door on it again, change the rule, go back, and then reinstitute the rule afterwards, which would be, I think, an option that they could go down as well if that's really the fear. But I do like I think it would be important for Democrats to explain to Americans for however many hours or days they want to why we shouldn't ensure that only Americans vote in American elections. So,
I mean, I don't know why we can't get this passed. Help us out, Mike Barley. I mean, you've been a consultant. You advise candidates. I mean, why can't we just get rid of this thing, pass the SAVE Act, and save the country and have some voter integrity? Why can't we do this?
Well, look, I think rightfully so. There's a lot of tension on the Democrats, but there's also a couple of Republicans that have refused it. We were talking about the grace that Dave McCormick has shown. Unfortunately, that has not graced Senator Mitch McConnell and some of the others who were holding this up. And that's unfortunate because it's been something I've worked on since I began my career in politics, was trying to get voter ID. And I kind of seen, that was in 2005 in Pennsylvania, trying to get something done in voter ID. We did in 2010, and the Supreme Court threw it out, our Supreme Court. Look, I think this is such a no-brainer. It's really frustrating. And you look at the frustration that's building. I do believe the Democrats will get rid of the filibuster. I don't think that'll be a question. I think that as soon as they get power, they will do it. And, I guess I'm speaking from my frustration. I'm always tired of us doing the right thing and then getting trampled on at the end. And I guess I can definitely feel the president's frustration with that, because we're wasting a really good opportunity to get some of these very common sense, popular things done. And making sure that our elections are secure is some of the most basic functions of government. And look, we've seen the distrust in our electoral process evolve, and I would argue much of that's to do with what the Democrats have put in place, particularly during COVID. We need to pass a SAVE Act. We need to get something done to restore that confidence. Again, I think what the senator and the representative said, I don't think it's too much to ensure that Americans are voting in American elections. Alive American voters are voting in America.
I mean, it just shouldn't be that hard. It really shouldn't be that hard to figure out, guys. And look, Scott, I hear where you're coming from. I've heard this argument, the traditionalist argument. Mm-hmm. And under a normal environment, I might be more open to your concept. But at the end of the day, the Democrats are going to blow this up in 10 minutes, right? They don't care. They want power. They want to do whatever they got to do. We're sitting around. You got John Thune sitting around talking about traditionalists, and I don't have the votes, and I don't do the. You guys all run companies, right? Imagine if every time you went to your senior executive, and all they did was tell you what they can't do, right? I want to know what you can do. That's what I tell my people all the time. Don't tell me what you can't do. I can figure that out. Tell me what you can do. The guy's done nothing. He's a disaster. And John Thune's got to go. The whole thing, guys, is a complete mess. Speaking of a mess, let's get to skill games. So you got all these convenience stores in Pennsylvania. These things were, regulated to a certain extent. You get all these convenience stores now at risk financially because I guess the Supreme Court ruled that they're not skill games, that they should come under the casino umbrella, that they're illegal, they shouldn't be there. Then you had Dave Sunday wrote an opinion as the AG to get him out. Then the judge, the court ruled on it. They gave you guys, 120 days, 4 months, or 90 days or something. Let's start with Mike. What is going on here with these?
Look, I'm obviously very close to this issue. I think that, it's frustrating to a point. We have our Supreme Court. We've had unanimous court rulings on this issue to this point over many years. And then they wrote an opinion, I would argue, not based on the fact or the record, and changed the law, which it's not the first time the legislature's had to confront this. The one thing I would agree with them on is the legislative function. And them giving the 120 days, I think, was a recognition of that. It will disrupt, to your point, John, a lot of small businesses. The fraternal clubs in Pennsylvania have largely been operating off the revenue they've been generating from the games. And that includes your volunteer fire departments. We've heard from a number of those that are, and for those who represent those areas, that we're losing volunteer fire departments. It's very difficult. We ask those folks to be on call, volunteer their time to keep us safe. And then we say, hey, by the way, you got to fundraise a lot to keep the place open. It's a hard job. So allowing them to have these games has helped them sustain that. They have a lot of responsibilities just with training. But look, the reality that many of our businesses are facing right now, and the concern is we either have 120 days to continue to operate, or the government will overregulate and overtax the games at 52%, and then they won't be able to operate as well. So trying to find a sweet spot is always difficult in Harrisburg, but we're hopeful. We're gonna work on it and see. I know the state budget's going on right now. I don't think this will get addressed in that period of time, but we'll monitor that and hope we can work on a real solution here.
Scott, is there a legislative solution in Pennsylvania to this dilemma?
I think so. We should have legislated it from the beginning, but we didn't. And you can't get the toothpaste back in the tube, so to speak. So here we are, and we have a situation where because of a ruling of a judge however many years ago. You have thousands of organizations and small businesses and six-pack shops and volunteer fire departments that depend on these games all across the Commonwealth. So what are you going to do? Well, I don't think we should look at this in terms of revenue for the state of Pennsylvania. I think that's the worst way to look at it. We have to look at it in terms of, I think, community impact. So if there's a way for us to put the appropriate kind of regulation on these games, so that people know that they are legitimate games and you have a legitimate chance of winning, and it's not some sort of fly-by-night company that's trying to steal your money. If we can do that and then keep the money generated from whatever we come up with, whether it's a certificate that they have to get every year to show that they're legitimate, or if it's a tax, whatever it's going to be, keep that money local and keep that amount reasonable so these places don't go out of business. That's the hard work of legislation we got to get done now. But to tax them like casinos and then destroy an entire industry and then all of the associated problems with that, I've got them all throughout my district, some of them I don't like these unmanned kind of, 24-hour-a-day hole-in-the-wall places I think are just inviting crime. But in a lot of places, like I said, in six-pack shops and convenience stores, they make the difference between being able to give your employees a pay bump or not, or fix the roof or not. And so if we look at this only as a greedy kind of state government that's trying to gobble up as much revenue as we can, we're going to make a bad decision for where these skill games are making the most impact, both positively and negatively, which is at the local level. So I think that's the solution that lies somewhere in there. Now, how we're going to come up with that, how we're going to convince Democrats that we shouldn't tax these things to high heaven and then spend all the money on SEPTA, I don't know. That's above my pay grade.
Scott, is there a existing bill now? And if so, what committee is it in?
I have no idea. If there is one, I have not seen it. But that doesn't mean it doesn't
How did
exist.
you guys let this go for so long, Jared?
Because it's not gambling, and that's the whole I think that's the whole problem here, is that the court fundamentally misunderstands the game. I don't think they took the time to understand. I mean, if you even look at the arguments during the case when the attorneys for Paysomatic, the attorneys representing the, I don't know if they represent Paysomatic or Pennsylvania Skill, whoever they were representing. But if you read the arguments, I mean, even the judges during the argument were like, they paused, to ask a question. Wait, are you telling me that before you play, if you're going to win or lose? Like, they just didn't believe that was an option. So unfortunately, nothing with the game has changed. It's still the same game. But there's a fundamental problem because it's not the way the game operates. If you walk up to one of these skill games, before you put any money in if you're going to win or lose. You walk into a casino, you do not know that, right? It's fundamentally a different game. Then if you decide to lose, like you say, I see I'm not going to win, I'm going to play anyways. You have 105 at the end of that game. Now you're going to lose, so you decide to play the losing game, which, again, I wouldn't advise to do that. But if you do that, then you can win back 105% of whatever money you put in the machine using a skill component. I can beat it every time if you employ skill to beat the machine. In fact, that's probably the reason that a lot of these companies that do the analysis of the game can't define a house edge, because the player's skill component. I mean, don't believe me. You just look at these companies that go there to casinos and they determine house edges, for example. When you look at a Paysomatic game, there isn't a house edge because of the
if everybody could win, then the company that makes the game would go bankrupt because everybody would.
I mean, so two things there. First, I think that would be saying that the intent, I'm not so sure that the person designed the game for them to make the most money, whereas the casinos, that's absolutely what their drive is, right? With the casinos, I mean, they've been on record saying they want families to, instead of going to the movies, they want them to spend the money in the casinos. The idea here was by the developer was not to make the most money. But then again, imagine going to just because you're going to lose doesn't mean you still don't do it for the entertainment. But that's your choice, right? Like, think about you go to play a par 3 and you say, man, I don't know that I can reach the green. I probably shouldn't swing because there's maybe a protected bunker in the front. I don't know. And you try to nail it. but you pull out the wrong club anyway, just to have fun. Well, that's your choice. But the game was still a skill game in the beginning. So I think that's the problem is like you do have the folks that understand that this isn't gambling. It'll never be gambling. And so I think the solution is to essentially just change the law and to say it's not gambling.
Is there a bill in the Senate?
Well, not to do that. There's not really a bill to do that. There is a bill that I think has decent support in the Senate. It's a Senator Yaw bill and Senator Williams bill in the Senate, which I think they propose a fee, a fee per year. But that seems to be getting some support.
If people want to play them, and it is a form of, I don't know what you want to call it, skill or entertainment, and it does help small businesses, then why not just regulate it so that it's fair and honest and everybody has comfortable in it?
Yeah.
Be done with it, Mike.
Yeah, I mean that would be good. The other thing, John, is that these are not just they're in VFWs and Legions where they make a lot of impact, but they're also in bars and in other places where those owners have been able to keep the prices of the food, the beer, the burgers lower. And if they lose that revenue, the prices of everything else is going to go back up. So try to find a way to protect them, and the Legions and the VFWs are veteran organizations. Certainly not taking the revenue that our, rural VFWs and Legions would have and take the money that was going to veteran organizations and put that to SEPTA and Pittsburgh Transit. I think that's going to not on the back of the veterans. I don't think that's a good idea.
Mike, wrap us up, Mike Farley.
Yeah, I think Scott said it best, and I feel like I've been saying that a lot today, but we got to find the right solution. We shouldn't be chasing a budget number. We've been working on this for many years. I think there is a way to do it, but we need to get the right solution for the locals, the people who are really impacted. Look, if there's revenue, it'll come, but you need to find the right solution.
Mike Farley, I want to thank you for your summation of that, skill games. By the way, speaking of skill games, I have a non-skill game. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Get my picks there for baseball every day. I nailed hockey. Let me see. It was Senator Coleman who said, who's going to win before you play the game? Not in baseball. Not in hockey. I'm just damn good. That's all I can say, Senator. I'm damn good. Go to GodzillaWins.com. Get my picks today at 4 o'clock. If you have a gambling problem, well, you or someone call 1-800-GAMBLER, 1-800-GAMBLER, and don't bet the over-under if they'll answer on the third ring. Then you got a problem. Guys, thanks for being with us. Pennsylvania Posse, we enjoyed it. Mike Farley, he loves to get my picks. Go to GodzillaWins.com.